Alright, hello, hello, hello. How's everybody doing there? How's it going there, Alistair? How are ya? Alright, just gonna get this music fixed. Yeah. Alright, so I had appointments earlier, so finally have some, got back and can stream. So, just gonna work on some of these mining builds. We're gonna do multiplayer mining on Saturday. And so, I want to get these finished up. Recovered some of the issues that, you know, got deleted when I lost that hour there. I had to redo. I had all the information, but I just reconfigured the transmission. So, want to get this going here. Finish kind of some of the decorazione. I think that will stay there. Let's leave that there. Why was I going to move that? I don't know. Alright, so transmission's in. I've been playing with kind of better ways to hook some of the stuff up, so that's good. Let's get some reference of this. Oh, don't do that. Love it how Google saves my last search like it's helpful. Alright, let's go ahead and we'll look at some reference material. Yeah, here's a good one. I like these pictures here. Good. Alright, so kind of looking at some of the info here. So I need to put in the radiator. Can't really push that back. Let me check my stuff. So that's the image we'll be using here. Kind of want to start working on the front a little bit. How's it going there, Sergeant? Good to see you. Good to see you. All right, so let's see. We do have this pushed out. We need to put the radiator in. I have a radiator in there, but I'm going to decorate one here. So let's see. Let's measure it first. See what the space looks like. That is a 9er by a 5, all right? 9 by 5. Let's see. What are you, heatsink? That about fits just perfectly with the mid gap on it. It'll about fit with a mid gap on it. All right. That's already an improvement. Let's gray this out. Let's see, what color gray you running there, guy? Nope, that's too bright. Put in saddle tanks here, so those are in. Actually, I kind of like that. We'll do split grill. Symmetry on now. Alright, so we got split grill in there. So what else we want to do here? Let's get these put away for now. So air brakes are in. Got did some testing last night. Everything's working pretty well. Ran the rope shovel and ran this. Working pretty good. Let's see what I want to do with this here. Fix this music just a little bit. You know, guys, if the music gets too loud or something, probably a little hair loud there. Wish Google would let you just, or YouTube would just let you enter in the number you wanted. That would be helpful. Let's see. Stop. We got symmetry on. The era of jumping up on this bumper is over, I believe. Go. We still have to jump like that, but that's at least we can walk up the rest of it. Alright. I think we'll go one more in and I'll push the staircase. I get the mud flap somehow? No, I don't have the mud flap. Okay, good. What are you hooked on that you're not wanting to do it whilst I'm standing there? Why do you misbehave, sir? Alright. Rub it on something it doesn't like. Hooked on. What is it hooked on that it doesn't like? It's not the back ones. Nah, it's gonna suck there. Use color, please. Thanks. It might be rubbing on the middle one, actually. Yeah, I bet it's rubbing on the middle one. There's probably a collision in the middle there that I can't see. Nope, it's not that. Where are you hitting? On the bottom? See if it's this front one. It might be hitting on that wedge, and that's causing problems. That's rotating. Yeah, it'll be a pain in the ass, aren't you? Alright, try that for a second. Yeah. Hitting on the wedge. Do that, please. Stop deleting random shit. Thanks. What's that? 3x3. Might have a problem with this in the middle, but we'll see what happens. Leaves a gap there. Nice. And then let's see, with that pushed over, we should be able to go at least one, maybe two. The bed width is 2, so I don't need it right on the ground necessarily, so we'll see. this sticks out too. Nah, it's not terrible. A little bit long, but we'll see. See how I like it. Probably keep it one off the ground, I'd say. I like that better anyway. Yeah, it's too long. It's nice that I don't have to jump. Well, I still have to jump, so definitely pulling one off then. Alright, there we go. That's good. Okay, that's what the hell is that about? Okay, that's not the color I'm looking for. Okay. Have some chalks on there. Leave those in because I need to be able to walk across that on that side. Start doing some doors here. How's it going there? Owl, how are you? All right, let's catch up in chat, yeah? How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? That's cool. Yeah, I saw it on there. Oh, thank you there, Ufa. Appreciate that. Yeah, I pushed some extra effort in that picture. I hadn't had mine in there in a little while, so like, I went gunning for it. Made sure I put it up at the right time. Everything else. But thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, but I've been enjoying playing with these and taking some good pics. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that, Sergeant. Thank you, Sergeant, for gifting 3 Tier 1 subs. Appreciate that. Very nice. So you gifted to ProTitan85, Rigid Noodle, and was it Karalia? So if you guys got a sub from Sergeant, make sure you thank him. Thank you very much, Sergeant. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. How's it going there, Jacques LaRose, or Jacques LaRose? All right, sounds good. How's it going there, David? How are you? Yeah, very nice, very nice. Always good. Payday's always nice. How's it going there, Owl? How are you? All right, let's see. Let's grab this. Let's actually do the. I'm trying to copy it, so I want to get this. All the paint correct here before I move it. There we go. Actually, you know what we'll do? Doesn't really matter where it is. Let's go. That is in, and then I want to probably just put a couple up here to drop it. I'm going to figure out how I want to do that. See, how do I want to drop this? That's the question. That is the question. Let's go like this, actually. There we go. Let's see. I want to drop these. I need to be able to lift them and drop them at the same time. I don't want it sticking out too much either, so. Work. but still. Thank you, bud. It's not gonna work, is it? It's got a loop. Okay, there we go. Just loop it out. Right the first time. Let's catch up with chat. How's it going today? Trippa, how are ya? Not much, just started, just working on some stair work. John is kind of get it so where it will look presentable on the stream on Saturday. How expensive machines? The big the rope shovel is like 500 grand, or it's approaching 500 grand. Let's see what this one is. This one is 12. So generally the way these work is they're not all that expensive. So these land vehicles, the other ones has a lot of equipment in it. So tracks and multiple tracks and electric motors and battle cannons for days. So got a lot of junk in that. A lot of junk in it. Trunk. Let's test out the steer controller. It's supposed to be 2, right? Let's see what's up here. But he gets it still, cat. We'd be in great shape. Put him up on the screen, see if he'll be still now that he's on the screen. Probably not. Alright, let's see what the Christ is going on here. Gotta fix some paint on some of this too. Alright, there we go. Probably copied that paint over here to be on. Go. Okay, good. Fix that right. Yeah, alright. Let's check the numbers. One push. 2 push. 3 push. 4 push. All right, I think I didn't fix the new numbers there. I think I didn't fix. No, I fixed those. All right. Why? Button 1 and 2. Walk through it. See. All right. Pulse or 1. Enable clamp. Nope, that's why. They have to go back to 2s. All right. That will be why. Could theoretically put it up there too, but see this one's like, this isn't bad. I'm gonna get rid of the center one. I don't really need it. Because I can control them from there, and then this one's kind of an eyesore. Hoping not to have to use this one anyway, so that will actually work. I was afraid that this one I wouldn't be able to reach, and I can. Get this here. Gotta get this color, all these colors where they're supposed to be here. Of course, symmetry is not on. Pain in the ass that is. Alright, so I think we'll leave it like that, and then streamline this just a hair. Get rid of frivolous crap I don't need. Okay, that'll do. That'll do. Alright, so they're actually reachable. I was afraid they weren't going to be reachable, so. What the fuck? Oh, they passed through. I gotta pass them back. Alright. I deleted the wrong one. I deleted the 4, not the 3. Alright, there we go. So that's stairs. Good, good, good. Let's look at some more front stuff. Yeah. Let's go. Alright, so that's good. I decide if I want to do different. I don't know. I kind of like my fuel tanks are alright. Kind of cool the way they have them, but I'm not going to screw them too much. I think that's fine. Lights package, and you put the lights package in. See if I can find some more. Okay, ribbing. Let's do the ribbon on here. Let's see. We'll do doubles. It's got some big old ribs on there. I'm trying to think. I gotta be careful of. I don't have much gap there, so let's see. Try to do 4 off maybe, and then I think I'm gonna do a double wide rib. See how it works here. Try over the cab, see what happens going over the cab here. No, stop. Make it so I can see. Let's do it over here. I can actually see what I'm doing. got to be that because of the cab. Yeah, cab's gonna screw me here. Make it tough. Not the end of the world, but. Might do I think I'm gonna do subtractive here. I have enough depth in there I can do that. Let's do that, actually. Yeah, we can trim this whole sucker back, so let's do that. That way I'm not screwing with it too much. And we can work with the cab. So I want a little bit of a lip on the exterior here. I kind of have a lip here, so I'm going to just lip that up. That would go there. Okay. Got a one bang on the side. Nah, don't have that double thick on top. That's too much. Shit. Really touching the roof. We'll go simple on it. It's touching the roof. I don't want that. Oh, stop. Oh, that's bullshit. No. Alright, let's see. Let's get to the chat. Yeah, I'm gonna try to do the money thing next multiplayer. So I had an idea. I just put up there as a reminder for myself that. So what I think I'm gonna do is kind of, give a little competitive element to it, where it's, so like, some people's mining techniques are are not as good as others. So for example, you'll have some people that are like at 30% full, and other people are at 90% full. And so I thought it'd be for kind of a cool competition thing, is like, essentially count how many units of ore you haul each episode, and put you on the leaderboard. And so there'll be a subtraction for every time you need the crane. So kind of incentivize people not to need the crane all the time. It'll be also kind of cool if, that. So a little bit of a competitive element. Do they have some sort of tilt meter in the cab? Not sure what you mean. Yeah, there was marking blocks. How's it going there, Han Mendel? How are you? Yeah. Yeah, hopefully keep people out of the, start getting into this really heavy stuff. It's going to be a pain in the ass to crane some of the stuff out, so. I also figure that's kind of a good way to minimize crane usage as well. A little bit of a cost for needing the crane all the time, I would say. See if I like this or not. I don't like how that abruptly ends. I might actually do is, I'll leave that like that. That's fine. Yeah, I kind of like it actually. Needs this there. I could do step it up even more. Let's go. Oh, stop with your bullshit there. Racing 900 times what I wanted. No, that's gonna be. Let's see if I could get this to be not ultra chunky, but it looks like it's gonna be ultra chunky here. Do that. better. That's more symmetrical. I like that. That's better. That's more symmetrical. All right, let's try to get the paint fixed on it. Get the paint fixed. It looks funky if the paint's not right. There we go. Okay. Make sure this has that dark paint under here. Yeah, it does. Okay. Alright, so stairs are in. Let's get the lighting package in. Let's save this. Save was the word of the day yesterday. It was a mess. You know, there was actually more that didn't get addressed than I thought. For example, I had to come back. I was like, why is the transmission not working? And it was, there was transmission work that I had done that got erased. So I had to fix that. You know, this is a big truck, and then you put this next to this, and it looks tiny. All right, let's find the lights. Found. All right, good. Shit, I did it the wrong way again. You can do it that way too, and back it right up. Try to do it the right way the first time. All right, let's get this lighting package set up. I'm kind of rerouting some of the panels for TTIS. I worked on that, so, you know, trying to see what I need to add for panel stuff here. Seat/panel. So the seat goes to this panel, and then it goes out. Then we have headlight tilt. So that's for the headlights with high beam. So. Let's say, I don't know, headlights. All of these, I'd say. Okay. And we have a left directional rear. All right. I need to find a picture of this that has some sort of, I have not seen any of the rear of it, so I need to look pictures that have the rear of it. A couple good pictures of what's on the side. I'm trying to see. Do you have any rear pictures here? It's not one to show the rear of the machine. There's one kind of. I don't think it has directionals or tail lights. Yeah, I don't think it has directional or tail lights. I might put some in anyway. All right. Directional. Come on, directionals. There's directionals. That's rears, headlights. There we go. Brake lights. I'm gonna put brake lights on. Work lights. These are gonna be work light. That's as a rear work light. So. What I'll do is I'll reconfigure the work lights. That's not gonna work. I'll have to add it to there so they're progressive. So it's front, rear. So I'll do that later. Let's put some more stuff in here. That's bed tilt. So I try to get all the microcontrollers kind of in one area. So the funnels are dependent on the tilt of the bed. that truck back in here. Want some of its lights. I don't have to remake lights. See where you at. You are directional. All right, directional, right. Oh, stop. There's the thing right next to it. There we go. It's not gonna let it swing enough. I gotta put it on the sides. Put it right here. Actually, not, I think. We go dark on these. Let's try dark, see if I like it. Try a little bit of contrast there. And I think the yellow I like better. Go left rear directional. Right rear directional. Brake lights. Alright, let's see what else we want to do on this. You know what, let's just leave it as work light, and then I'll just do the work lights front, and then I'll just put a big bright one on there for reversing the reverse light. I wonder how big the collision is for the spots. That's a question I have. It might have just as big a collision because I'd like to put it right here, frankly. But these need to be able to tip too, so I don't even tip full. But let's quickly test something out here. I'm gonna change the pump for the air brakes just so if you want to. Okay, good. So they still move. I actually wanted a way to restrict them from going too far back, so that actually works pretty well. Alright, good. Let's go ahead and wherever gearbox 3 is, right there. Gearbox 3. 3 is going to turn on these lights here. These will be my reverse lights. There's lights. Let's do a buzzer. Get rid of this. This was just that demonstration of the speedometer using, using the circumference of the wheel. Okay, take this black color there. Oh, it's additive is why. Okay, there we go, and then we got there. All right, let's do what I was doing. But what I want. Thought there was one that did the ch. That's the new backup alarm sound, so. No. Okay. I moved something, so it's probably a bit screwed up, disconnected. Nope. Alright, let's see, anything else I need? I don't think so. Shocker. I knew I was going to delete. I was looking for that too, and I couldn't find it. Thought I'd cut it off already, but I guess I freaking didn't. See, that's the thing, is like when they changed the walking, it was more realistic, and now it's more cartoony, and I understand why people liked it, but I prefer it before they quote-unquote fixed it. It was like, now we're jumping all over town again. I get why people liked that, but I prefer it like this. Oh, not paying attention while driving. I'm trying to see what's up with the brakes. I don't think brakes are working right. Yeah, I'm not getting any braking. Let's see what's up with that. Get rid of that. I did, alright. Yeah, I can see what's up with variable brakes. I'm having issues with braking right now. One reason I went off the cliff was I was hitting the brakes, and then I on the rope shovel. See, like, see how much it throws you? That's like back to where it was, and I preferred the system right before they quote-unquote fixed it. It was just like, go up that shit. You didn't jump as far. Like back in the day, you know, you had it where it was tough to get up a ladder because you needed that forward force to help you, and you know, I think it was a balancing pass, and then people complained about it. But, you know, makes sense as an opinion. Alright, I'm holding on the brakes. Barely anything. Alright, let's see what's up with the brakes. The other thing I want to do here is, let's do this real quick too while I'm in the TTIS. I have two TTIS going. This is the example, so I need that to stay till I cut it. I want to get this kind of finished. What is up with the brakes? Why do we have no brakes here? Alright, here's 2. So, negative X, so that turns brakes into a positive, times reservoir max, which is 11.5. That's the problem. No, it isn't. That works. Okay, that's good. Plus Y. Where's Y? Y is in there. Okay, plus Y times Z. That's the problem. Okay. What is Y? Where's Y? That's Y. That's the issue. All right, so it should be. That's right. That's all right. Yeah, so it'd be negative X. So let's say it's 1 plus 0.3. 1.3 times 11.5. Let's clamp it. Okay. Why is that 0? Yeah, that's good. Okay. Alright, so that makes sense. So 2. Let's make sure the pathing's going through. I changed a bunch of the stuff up. So see where the seat hooks in here? I changed up a ton of pathing. So I gotta. Could be just a pathing issue. Alright, brake panel, light, connect seat. Alright, so this could be where I screwed it up because the I've got these panels passing all the way through again now, so it changed its pathing. So it's going to go from here into there. It should be the same. Yeah, that should be the same. I got to look at it. Light panels, connect seat, light panel. Okay, that's good there. So 2 is connected there. That should be fine. Brake panel's good there. 2 there. Alright. Now we'll go through here. Alright, so that's going to give the max brake. There's the can going through. Could be something up here that I screwed up. Let's see. P-value, okay, on off is if the brake is off. Okay, yeah, so that makes sense. So if this brake, or what's the other one? What's the other condition there? 11. What is 11? Okay, so that's fine. That's if the trailer or the tractor brakes are off, turn the PID, that works. PID comes out. We have the PID value up to a 1. That's good. That goes out to the brake valve. All right. And then we get the brake can pressure. Brake can pressure comes back. We take the can pressure, subtract 1, which is standard atmosphere. All right, so let's say 11.5 comes back, and it's -1, so it'd be 10.5 divided by x. So divided by, so 10.5 divided by 11.5, 0.91. So that should be giving us 0.91 brake there. All right, let's see. So if 12 is selected, which is the park brake for the tractor, it should go off of the parking brake right there, and then it should go onto this system, and that should go to service brake. So where is the friggin' error here? I'm gonna test all the pumps and everything too. Make sure the path in the pump, because it's actually using the air pressure, so there it is right there. That's it right there. Okay. That's the issue right there. It's not getting any air pressure because this was backwards. There we go. That should fix it right there. I'm actually going to change this up right now, so let's change this up. All right, so I'm going to get rid of this pump here. So you can, I put the pump on TTIS. I think that's for a lot of people. They just throw a pump in. Also, some of these builds, like this one's big, so I have space for all this piping, but if you don't, the pump is reasonably space efficient. And so what I want to do is this. Let's get the color there. Make sure these are dragged to 0 on diesel. They are. Okay, good. All right, so what I want to do is, for this one, I want it a little bit different. I'm going to put in a... I think we can get rid of one of these alternators here. And I'm going to put in a pump. And so I'm going to do a engine-driven pump for my compressor. Which one's in? That's out. That's in. Perfect. All right. And so that right there is going to be where that comes in. All right, so this will pump air into the system. And then we'll just edit TTIS a little bit. So I finally did the tutorial for TTIS. I'll put the, show you how you can either put in engine-driven pump. It's pretty damn simple. Or, use a regular electric pump. All right, so that's going to pump that now. And so what we'll do is we'll convert the TTIS for that. All right, so here where pump is, right there, all we're going to do is find that. And there'll be a number, output. And then all we're going to do is take this, and there we go. That's done. All right, so now that will clutch into a 1 value. When that'll clutch into a 1 when. Actually, don't even need this anymore, do I? I don't need that anymore. Actually, I do. Never mind. That's the way it resets. So that's going to be when that goes to 1. That will put a 1 in the clutch and start pumping. So let's do that instead. So that would be the issue, was it was never pumping air because I screwed up that elbow, and now converted over, so it's a belt-driven pump. So. See, that's the only reason I don't like go up that staircase now, is it's gonna throw me across workman's comp right there. All right. See, I should have checked this. Why is this at? I'm not reading the right PSI. I don't have spring brakes set up right either. I gotta fix spring brakes on T-Test too. God damn it, what the fuck is wrong now? Ugh. I didn't plug it in, did I? No, I never plugged it in. Okay. I got a habit of doing that lately. I change something, then I don't actually connect it. Rushing too much. I need to do spring brakes too, so when we get to a low enough air pressure, so I'll add that. That'll take 2 seconds. I'm trying to like find a way to do this without throwing me. There we go. All right, we're building up pressure now. All right, let's see what the brake pressure is. There we go. All right, good. We've got brake pressure now. All right, good. Yay, brakes. We can not fall off cliffs now. Should make a water truck version of this. They just pretty much take this chassis and put a water tank on it. Alright, let's go Jake here. So we're at high RPS, so the Jake should be more effective. Alright, so Jake won't operate until I take my finger off the W key. Alright, so that's probably too little right there. Why is it keeping a little bit of brake drag? Why is it dragging some brake there? Jake brake doesn't appear to be working. Alright, Jake brake's not working. Dragging a little bit of brake. That's such a little inconsequential amount of brake, though. Oh, that's probably the different. It's the differential in air pressure. So, what was it? How many zeros was that? I didn't notice. That's just the differential in air pressure. That's it. It's nothing. All right, Sergeant. We'll see you later. It goes about 30 miles an hour, something like that. It's excessively fast, but, you know, for good game reasons. All right, Jake brake, not working. Let's not get distracted here. Got headaches coming in again, so deal with that shit. Drink a bunch of water, see if I can knock it out. See what Jake. Okay. So we need to spring brake and Jake brake. I'm gonna bring up my list. My memory's already failing here. So let's grab. I'm gonna bring up the to-do list for this. That will help. Did I not have a to-do list in the 785? No, I don't. Okay. Let's get a to-do list going on the 785. All right. So we need spring brakes and Jake brake. Spring brake, Jake brake. So spring brake is essentially when you get below a certain pressure, you don't have enough air pressure to release this, to overcome the spring pressure and release the brakes. The brakes will snap on. So if you cut an airline, instead of you having no brakes like you would in a hydraulic brake system, if you cut a brake line, it actually gives you more brakes. Or it doesn't give you more brakes, it snaps the brakes on. So you get full, park and brake comes on essentially. So parking brake comes on if you don't have enough air pressure. All right, so let's see. 50 PSI. Let's go PSI to ATM. Bar is close enough, but let's see. What do we got here? So let's see. 50 PSI is 3.4. Okay. So let's see. 3.4. I want to add this in too. So let's see. Where are you at? Brake pressure. Brake, not brake can. This is going to be the reservoir, so I got to find where the reservoir is. The hell's the reservoir? I just had it. It was right here. The hell is the cat doing? Door is he shutting? Slamming doors shut. Slamming doors in my house. That little dickhead, isn't he? All right, there we go. That, and then we'll go like that, and then we'll take an ore. All right, so this will slam the brakes on if we go too low on the air pressure. So again, you're gonna have to start building up air pressure when you get in the vehicle, just like you would IRL. If you have less than 3.50 PSI or 3.4 atmosphere, you can't get the brakes off. And that happens IRL. You got to rev your brakes up. You got to rev the engine up in neutral to get some frickin' brake, or else you can't get the spring brakes off and you drag brakes. So that is that. Done. Fixed. So let's check that off the list. Always nice to check something off the list. Spring brakes are done. Jake brake. Where the hell are you, Jake? Right here. All right, 2. So if the delta is less than 0... Okay. And what's the and condition? And the Jake brake is on. All right, so if the delta of the brake is less than 0, as we are as we let go of it, or we press the S key, either one, it will put the Jake on. Let's go less than. Let's actually add a 0.1, because eventually what's going to happen is the delta is going to go to 0. Actually, no, that's all right. I want it so that when you stop, the Jake comes off. Jake should come off, so it should allow you to roll, because it's good. Okay, so engine RPS. Let's make sure I plug that in. Engine RPS. So we're going to take the engine RPS divided by 100. So if it's 15, it's going to be 0.15. 15 divided by 100 equals 0.15. That's correct. 0 to 0.3 clamp. All that is good. 0 to 0.3 max. Okay, that goes to the numerical switch box. We either add a 0 or we add a whatever that value is. All right, so that goes to the numerical switch box there. That's going to pass through, say, 0.15. 0.15 is then going to come over here. That's going to then go down here. So it's going to be whatever the brake is. So let's say 0.5 brake plus 0.15 is 0.16. That's going to dictate all of that. All right, so that should be good. Now, what is this? This is reading off. Okay. That's why are we reading that? Why is that being read down there? Why is the Jake being read down here? What is this about? I'm trying to remember what the hell this is all about. Why is oh, it's subtracting. Okay, that's what it is. It's subtracting the Jake brake off for the trailer because you don't use it. I remember what that was all about. Yep. Okay, that's good. So that's getting rid of the Jake brake for the trail. Why is this Jake brake not working? Let me make sure the engine RPS is plugged in. I might have to up this value. So RPS coming up. Let's see. RPS right there. Right. So engine RPS. So again, let's see the problem is. Let's say it's 3, right? 3 divided by 1. 3 divided by 100. My God. 0.03 divided by 100. Yep, 0.03, that's correct. So that would still give us some value even if we were sitting at idle. You know, we wouldn't have the delta. Let me see if I can trick the Jake on. Let me trick the Jake on. Did a bunch of work on the rope shovel last night. That was kind of my main focus last night. Catch you guys up on that. Did a bunch of... Rated the ladders like 28 times. All right, so air pressure is at 14.67 psi. That is standard atmospheres. So that is at sea level. So it's essentially a barometer when you're sitting there. So I'm going to go ahead and start. And there goes the air pressure. All right, so now we're over 50 psi, so the spring brakes should have released. Well, the spring brakes have released, but the park brake has not been released yet. So we have enough pressure, but the park brake is not released yet. So let's go ahead and release the park brake. All right, now let's rev up a neutral to just go full on the... All right, so that's full. All right, good. Now let's turn on the Jake brake, and let's read this and press down. Okay, so Jake brake's working. Well, that's I can't really tell. That could be brakes too. So I gotta let's rev up the engine. Why are we moving? What the fuck are we moving for? We're in neutral. All right, something else is wrong. Why are we moving? Why does this still have brakes on it? That can go. It's good to know. Brakes can go right here. This was just the beginner tutorial. That's why it has brakes on it. Good to go. All right, why are we not in neutral? So if 12... If 12... No. This should be a not. All right, so if 12 is not on, we want to neutralize the clutch. Okay, that's could have been it right there. I already did a bunch of stuff. So like I used to report out the gear to shut that off. Now I just report out, you know, where the if the brake is on or not. So I just have it doing it by the brake. It's just cutting some extra pathways out. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Stop capturing me, door. Devil. All right. So let's start up. All right, so let's go ahead and I want to see what the Jake is doing. Let's turn the Jake on. All right, we need to release the brakes. All right, good. So it looks like, yep, Jake's running. Okay. All right, so I'm going to rev up, and then watch when I let go of the W key, we should get brakes. Nope. That doesn't count because I pressed on the S key. What the fuck is up with the Jake brake? So it should be 2 if the delta is less than 0. Delta is less than 0, and Jake brake is on, which is 13. That should flip the numerical switch box, take the engine RPM, divide it by 100, and spit it out. Which then comes all the way over here. Let's make sure these say X on them. X. X. These are just moving it around so I don't have to have a big diagonal on there. And then we are at negative X plus Y. Yep, that's perfectly fine. Why is the Jake brake not fucking working? Ugh. Make sure that's Y, right? That's Y. Yep, that's Y. Should be adding the Jake brake to right here. So that should be building up. That should be putting out brake pressure to simulate the Jake brake. Interesting. Why is it not doing shit? Z minus 1. Z minus 1. Brake cam pressure minus standard atmospheres divided by 11.5. That should work. So again, for example, we say it's 0.65. Right. So be so let's say the brake can is at 10 atmospheres, right? Minus 1, 9 atmospheres. Divided by 11.5, that should be a 0.78 brakes. That all works. What the Christ is going on here with this Jake brake? Why the hell is the Jake brake not working? That's what I want to know. Something up with the delta. Let's read this delta out. Let's see what the delta's doing. Anytime I take, this is the same system that works on my brakes as if I let my foot. So that's not always, doesn't always have the brakes on. Let's go ahead and start. Alright, delta's reading 0 on that. Did I plug that in? I can't fucking remember now. I did, okay. Nope, where is it? Where is it? Where's the delta? Right there, delta, Jake delta, okay, good. Like I said, half the time I forget to do that. I have to forget to plug it in. It's a mess. Yeah. All right, so that will show a negative when I'm pressing down. Okay. Go positive when I release, and then if I go positive on the W key, eventually when I hit max W, it will zero out. But now when I let go of it, it should go negative. So when I let go of the W key or press on the S key, it will go negative. So the delta is just so it's, yeah. Alright, so it's showing a negative value, so the delta should be working fine. Alright, so if the delta is less than 0, so 2. So 2, if the delta is less than 0, it's reading 2 off all the other shit that 2 needs to do. There's another 2 right there. That's reading fine, so it definitely is probably reading this. 2, if that's less than 0, yes, yes. And the Jake brake, 13 is on. Let's double check that, make sure I didn't screw that up somehow. Brake panel, yep, 13. That should flip this over to RPS divided by 100 for the Jake brake, which comes down here. X, X. That continues on just to move, X, X. Goes in here and adds that to the brake value. Added to the brake value right there. What the hell? PID's on, P-value is fine for everything else. Let's see what the price is going on. Check all this. So that comes out here. You know, the rest of the brakes are working fine. 0, Z max brake rate is 1, X is fine. Goes to brake valve right there. Yep, so that should all be fine. It should be acting like a regular brake. I don't know what the hell it's doing. Let's get this running. Let's get the RPM up, because that will help me show it. Let's give it a look here. Alright, when I let go of the W key, we're at high RPS, so we should get a bunch of Jake. Let go, nothing. What the hell? I don't know what's up with the Jake. Let me check the panel. The panel's the only thing I can think of is if somehow the panel got screwed up. Alright, that's gear indicator's 25. That's fine. 12 for the tractor supply. 13 for the Jake brake. 13. We picked 13. It was fine. And 14 is the pressure. So let me see what the hell's going on here. Let's see what the pathing looks like here. So brake panel goes up here to Titus Mark II tractor. Okay. Getting annoying, this. Here is the... Where the hell is it? Can't find it. It's late. Where's brake panel? Brake panel, right here. Brake panel. 13. Brake panel. Channel 13. I don't know what the hell's wrong with this. Kind of puzzled here what's wrong with this. Let's do this, make sure it's not some of that bullshit there. It's phoning me. Okay. Let's check it. That's annoying. I've done this Jake brake system on a bunch of stuff too, so it's not like it's the first time I've tried this either. It's probably just a connection issue, but you know it gets. I didn't turn that Jake brake switch on. Fuck me. All right, let's try it again. I didn't turn the Jake brake switch on because I was flustered. Let's try it again, make sure I didn't fuck it up. You started? No. Alright, so we expect when I let go of the W key that this it goes. So let's see what the delta does, right? The delta goes less than 0. So that should be activating the Jake brake. 13 is on. So we expect it to send whatever the RPS is divided by 100 through. I'm getting fucking nothing. All right, let's get off this. This is annoying me. I'll probably figure it out in 5 minutes when I do it another time. Let's make sure RPS is plugged in. I checked that 9 times. All right, let's get off this for now. Let's do battery. I had batteries in there before and I got rid of them. I don't want a big battery. Let's do a small battery. Okay. Let's do 2 of them. Why is my phone going off constantly? Let's just kill that in a second here. Let's do the 1 for now. Get these electrical systems done. I'll work on this later when I figure out this what's going on with this. All right, let's go. Let's start working on this interior here. Phone constantly just bugging me. Stop. Do not disturb. See ya. Where do we want to put this? Trying to think how to... I don't want to obscure my view anymore. That's kind of part of my issue here. And I'm really trying not to obscure my view here, so... Now we'll do this color. I want a different interior color on this, but I'm not going to worry about it right now. Make these all brown, then I can always swap them out. See what a proud dash looks like, if it's a pain in the ass or not. As long as we can look over this fine, I'd rather it be up like that, but we'll see what happens. Alright, so put a key in here now. Alright, one of the reasons I got off of doing electrical was I needed a way to trip this relay, so alright, let's get this electrical done now after we do the key. So doors and handles of doors will get hot bust. Okay. Alright, there's pretty much, I think most of our lights are gonna get hot bust too, but we'll go through lights. Gotta hot bust the light panel too then. Which one's light panel? This one here gets hot bust. Why am I doing it that way? That's fine. You can get out of there, and then I want battery. That's our hot bus right there. Hot bus. Hot bus for that. The key needs to be hot bust because we need to be able to turn it to turn on power. Brakes. Everything on the brake panel should be hot bust because you should be able to release your brakes. They're just manual valves. Then all this stuff will be on the not hot bus. Let us see. These are our brake valves. Those need to be hot bust because IRL they are actually. Yeah, those will be hot bust because they just are air valves. Right, good. Transmission is not hot bus. That's on the powered bus. This is going to go to the starters. So starters, start, and start. Alternator, alternator, alternator. Alternators go to the master side there. Let's see. Lights, lights, lights. Go down to lights. Lights, 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 and lights. Okay, lights. Lights are all hot bus because you should be able to operate your lights without having battery on. All right, lights are hot bus. More lights. All right, good. Radiator will go off of the start is fine. None of this does need to be powered. That will go off of this bus here. Find it. There it is right there. We need hydraulic pressure to move that anyway. This here is the backup alarm. That's going to go off of that. I need to test out the backup alarm. Anything else that needs it? I don't think so. See, these are batteries themselves, so I don't want to plug those in. Those don't need to be plugged in. I think that's it. Save. I haven't saved in a little while. Let's test out some of these systems. Jake breaks having problems, so I'll deal with that later. It'll probably come to me quickly when I step away from it. Some of that stuff is best just to walk away from and come back later. Alright, that's actually perfect. Like, I like the way it looks, and it's not in the way too much. So, like, it cuts off a tiny little band of visibility. It's not worth worrying about. Alright, good. Let's go ahead and start up. Fucking nothing. Ah, you suck. Alright, let's see. Let me check this real quick, too. That's good. Alright, key needs to go to backlights. No. Headlights are backlights. Headlights, where's my headlight switch? Alright, your headlights are backlights. When you turn on your headlights, you get backlights. Backlight you, backlight you, backlight you, backlight you. Okay. Why do we get nothing on that? That's what I want to know. I didn't plug in the key, is why. As usual, I do it and then forget to plug it in. Alright, good. There we go. We gotta test out the lighting, too. I haven't tested out the lighting, so... Do lighting. And electricity. Let's go ahead and kill infinite electricity. That's always a fun time. We can shut off infinite electricity. Alright. I'm gonna turn this music down a little bit. Not help my headache. Alright, there we go. Alright, that's a good sign. Alright, headlights. There we go, baby. Look at that. Bright as can be. We got running lights there. Brake lights. Alright, good. Let's go ahead and we'll put on the hazards. I haven't painted the sides yet. We gotta paint those side indicators. They're probably going now, but I can't see them. I-beams. That works. Alright, what's you? Work light. Yeah, work lights are working. Alright, let's go and I gotta release the brake, put it in reverse. Good, we get beep beep, and we also have lights there. All right, good. So that's good. Good progress there. Electricity looks good. I just forgot what I was gonna do. If anyone remembers, let me know. Got a bunch of work to do here anyways, so we can walk through these gauges here. I need to, like, I keep going back to the stormworks basic modular engine tutorial from November. That's what I pretty much start all my builds with now. The problem is I have to convert every time, so I'm gonna make one for myself that has all the changes I want. Like, this one I did need to use the radiator, but I don't use the belt-driven pump anymore. What I'm going to probably do is continue that modular engine tutorial series, show some other ways you can do things like cooling. I would like to continue it into actually doing a new car tutorial because, like, I got a message from somebody the other day. They're like, oh, I followed your airplane tutorial and it overheated. And it's like, one, that's not what the tutorial is about. The tutorial is about how to build an airplane so that it flies. Two, it's well over a year old now, so it's, you know, as cooling methodologies change, you know, so take it for what it is. So that's why I try to make new ones every once in a while. you know, my craft gets better, and then the also as things change, you know, I tend to get on top of it and change them up. So let's see. Did I hook these doors up? I did. Yeah, the doors are working. All right. I don't know about this one. Yeah, that one is working. All right. Did I color those buttons in dark? Let me fix that. Really excited about fishing. How's everybody excited about fishing? I think that's going to be a lot of fun. The commentary is just insane to me. Reading some of the comments, and it's like, people are just nuts, man. It's like, you can't make it, you know, I understand, like, it's different groups of people, like, you know, so, like, this week, group 1 bitches because they didn't get what they want, and then group 2 bitches because they didn't get what they want, and it's like, I get that, but it's like, Jesus Christ, just relax, man. You're getting weekly updates to a game you play. It's like, they could just say screw it and not do anything, you know? Let's see, what was I doing before the circus came to town? I think we're pretty good on most of this. Fueling works, so we can refuel. The big thing is I want to make sure this 100% runs for when we do multiplayer. You know, I only have a couple days left for multiplayer. I got to try to clean a bunch of the stuff up, at least so it's in usable state. Let's go ahead, and I want to go in this panel here. Let's report out some stuff. Engine, info, pass-through. Info, pass-through. Let's go info, pass-through. Okay. So let me show you what I did off-screen to, like, move these panels around. So essentially, I used to go seat. I still do. Seat to the lighting panel. All right. Then that lighting panel, so now that lighting panel is taking the seat information plus the light information. And I used to just shoot that where it needed it on the light and then take the seat and run it somewhere else. But now what I'm doing is I'm sending the seat to the lighting panel because the lighting panel is all outputs. It's all outputs. There's no inputs. So that frees up the input. So the seat goes there, and then it goes up to the lighting panel. It goes up to the transmission. Then it carries that information through to the engine panel, which then carries that information through to TTIS. And then TTIS carries all that information through to the light cord so that can command trailers and everything else. That information then goes down to the air brake panel. All right, and then unfortunately, one thing I'd like to see the devs add is add a input node on the seat so we can pass information through the seat. That would be nice because I couldn't incorporate the panels all the way through because the seat takes up one of the end nodes. So that would be helpful. And so then the information comes from TTIS down to the brake panel. Then the brake panel goes up and it has to feed back into the transmission. So if we had that node in the seat, I would drop about 3 of these composite inputs because I have to then, or 2 of them. I would be able to drop 2 composite inputs because I have to take the brake panel and I have to go back up to TTIS and I have to go back up to the transmission, even though I should be able to go all the way through. You know, so the information doesn't send through both ways. So I have to, if you put a input on the seat, what I could do is loop it all the way through. So go seat to here, to here, to here, to here, to here, to the seat. And then it would loop it would go in a circle and it would pick up and transfer any information it needed. You know, so that would be very convenient if they would do that. Let's see. Let's start filling this out and that'll tell us what info we need. All right, so I want engine. That's an interesting way to spell it. Temp. Dial 0. 120. Let's see where we're at on channels here. They're all interconnected now, or for the most part. So 7, 8, 9, and 10. So the reason why the 7, 8, 9, 10 is the seat ends on 6. All right, and then this one I have as 25 just because I already have the gear indicator as 25. I should probably freaking change that. 12. Let's make this back. Where is the... I'm trying to think of the only place. Let's leave that. I'm going to screw it. 12, 13, 14. Okay, so this needs to be 15. 15 is something on the light cord, so let's check that out. So, yep, 15 is the light cord right there. So we don't want to use 15, so we'll skip that. This is where it gets a little bit complicated with, like, trying to put out a system like TTIS because, you know, people can be like, oh, I plug it in, it doesn't work. It's like, did you check to make sure you didn't overwrite any of the channels? And they don't understand the system because they didn't build it. So unless it's somebody like, you know, has some experience, they don't know to go through and check and make sure they didn't copy a channel that's already in use, you know. So 16, 17, 18, 19. I might, you know, when I do the chassis, that will have all this stuff in it, but because I don't want to make T-TIS where it's reliant on too many panels, because then people are like, well, I want to use my own panels, and then, you know, it becomes more of a pain in the ass than it is helpful. You know, it should make it so you can plug in some of your own systems. All right, so we have engine temp right there. We have, let's see. Do battery volts. Yeah, we'll do battery volts. Fuel. Whatever that's going to be. Shit, I have to have a totalizer on there too. They've got 2 tanks. I'll put that on another panel. Put that like in the center console. Yeah, I'll put fuel in the center console. All right, let's do... Trying to think. Temp, what else do we need to know? Temp. Let's do temp for now. Let's do oil pressure. Excuse me, pardon me. Battery. Volts. Okay. Temp, oil, battery, volts. Okay, that's good for info. And then let's see where I'm looping through here. That anywhere the information comes in from my loop set can then read out, because this is all reads, so it doesn't need to loop through there. That's done. And then anytime I need a loop through info, I can just use that as a free one now. So that's why I try to put all the stuff on that channel, because now it's good to go, you know. So if I need some info, I've got like 28 places to get that info. That's something I've been doing lately, and it really helps. All right, let's see. Let's go down here. Battery. All right. Come on, click on it 5 times. X times 100, so that'll give us percentage, and then we want to do delta. X times 3600. All right, so that's battery voltage, and then we need temp. And then oil pressure, I'm just faking off of the RPS. So let's see. Normal operate, let's say 60. So let's go 15. Let's see, Jesus Christ. 60 divided by 15. Yeah, it's a 4, but I'm trying to see, does it get there? I'm trying to think of like a exponential climb on it. Let's see. What's the differential on that? So let's say 5. Let's see, that's not too bad. Let's actually just try percentage. So 15 divided by 60, 0.25. So let's do... Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit... Oil pressure is gonna move more than I like. But, you know, whatever. It's fake anyway, so it doesn't really matter. I've done it a bunch of different ways. I keep trying to do it different ways to figure out how I want it. So what do we have there? 16, 16. 4. Okay. So we have to get these in. So what are you? You're last. You're here. All right, and then we need to have... temperature. Oil pressure is off RPS. Oil pressures off RPS. Let's do... Okay. Alright, that's good. And then how am I getting this out? I don't have any... I have no output on this? What? I don't have no output on this. This panel has no output on it? Okay, this panel has no output on it. Info pass-through, right there. Where is it? I knew it had it in there. I passed the info through. Where is it? Info pass-through right there. Okay, Jesus Christ. Alright, how do I hook this in and not make it gross looking? Ugh. I have to have one long john here. Whatever. Ugh. I hate having a big diagonal in there. At least that splits it alright. Alright, so info pass-through there. That should give us the info gauge. I knew I had it. I just didn't know what the hell it was. So you're going there. Can't just go from here, but this speaks to this speaks to there. Let's just go, screw it. We'll bypass. You know what? Let's not do that. Let's go where this is. This will continue the information through, and if I need any more info, that makes that useful. And I don't be like, why is that not working? All right, good. So that's info pass-through done. We need a converter for speed and RPM. Two, two, three. How can this go? Anywhere, frankly, but there's fine. Where is it? Right there. All right. Alright, let's catch up with chat here. We made some progress here. I want to click the Windows key. Oh my God. We'll click the Windows key 4 times and it wouldn't take me out of the window. Interesting, interesting. Okay, one thing, guys, remind me to test out the mother bin with the trucks. That's important. No. I have not used any. I've used citruses is all. I'm not going to do another career build series until after the fishing update comes out, probably. Oh yeah, I clicked on it on my phone, it wouldn't play, and then I just started streaming right away. So I have not got to it yet. Do I need a cooling system if my RPS never goes high enough? Not really, no. I had, for example, I had a long time, the Mac Pinnacle had I didn't have a coolant manifold on there, I forgot to put it in, and it was fine because it never got hot enough to need it. That's like when people are like, you can't cool anything. It's like, dude, I literally had a truck that I forgot for months to put a cooling manifold in it and never overheated using it all the time. And that was hauling trailers long distance in the arid biome, never needed cooling, you know. Yeah, 28 RPS is high. A tractor would rip a CVT apart unless it was really super duper robust. That's why a lot of them use hydrostatic. Is you just pumping oil, so it's shock is much less. You're less likely to break something. Yeah, I don't understand why you would need why you'd need your gears that low. Like, this is a 22, and IRL, yeah, you need that stuff just because, like, you're actually moving weight. This is like you're moving nothing, when you actually get these things full. Like the rope shovel is actually pretty damn heavy. Nothing compared to how it really would be, but still, for game, it's pretty damn heavy. It's like 50,000 pounds or 50,000 kilograms difference. Why is that not right? What's wrong with that? How did that not get converted? What the fuck? What? No, I put this wrong. Here, go there. That would do it. Alright. Eventually I'll remember what I'm doing. Let's see, what are you there? 15. Alright. What's going on now? Why aren't you moving? What's going on here? What the fuck is going on here? Literally had this all plugged in, and now why are you not moving at all? Did I accidentally delete something out of the linkages here? I don't believe I did. Comes down there. It's got that for if it's there. What is going on here? Let's test the brakes. Brake could get caught on, and then that could be the issue. Maybe I didn't let the... No, the air pressure came right up. Let's check it. We'll go see if the brakes are on. Alright, so we're definitely up on pressure. It should be stalling out if I'm trying to run it with the brakes on. Let's go see what's up. Jump over the railing, you scumbag, you. Thank you. What the fuck is going on with this? Why is this randomly not working now? It's getting old. Brakes are off. What is up with the transmission? You know what? I wonder if I copied over a channel running through. I gotta check the transmission. I might have run over a channel that I shouldn't have. 12 is the park brake. So if the park brake is not selected, we should be at 0. Okay, that's correct. I should have checked the clutch before I jumped out. So that should be the clutch situation there. Let's go in here and check the clutch situation. Let's see what I plugged in here. All that good. All that's good. And check this stuff. Make sure I didn't boot something. I did not boot anything. Why is the clutch now being stupid? Let's see. 12, if this button is not pressed, 0 out the clutch. Yep, so when the button is pressed, you should not be zeroed out, you donkey. Seat pickup right there. That's not a problem, alright. Info pass-through right there. Start channel 16. I'm trying to verify that I'm not stepping on anything. Let's see. 15 was the last channel. 16, 17, 18, 19. The only thing that could do it is stepping on a channel would do it. So 16. Trying to think what I changed. I didn't change anything. What the hell? Let's get it in there. I'll see if let's see what else is going on here. These are all good. Old hot bus there. These are all going there. When I go, I'm gonna run it and see what if the clutch is activating or not. Because if the clutch isn't activating, that would be what's going on, I'd say. So let's see. Then we'll see why the friggin' clutch isn't activating. Okay. Like literally just driving, so it was something I just did with moving panel stuff. Yeah, so clutch, something's balls in the clutch. Alright, that would be what I think it is. Let's see, at least I've got that diagnosed. Clutch value here. Make sure you're still plugged in correctly, and I move that with the electrical node and screw that up. Clutch, go into clutch. Okay, you're going to clutch. Clutch is a non-electrified item. That's good. Check the merges. Merges, merges, merges. Everything's merged. Okay. We'll follow the frickin' path here. Yeah, let's follow the path. Make sure it's getting seat information. So the seat is going to here. And then we have channels 7, 8, 9, and 10. Okay, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we're picking up the seat, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's then going up to the transmission. All right, which is, again, brake panel. It's also taking the brake panel. Because I can't add that because of we don't have a thing on the back of the seat. All right, brake panel, channel 12. Channel 12, if channel 12 is not on, go to 0 on there. And if it's 0, we get no clutch. So that's why I'm after this so much is brake panel. Let's check, make sure the brake panel didn't get broken there, because if that gets broken, that is going to cause problems. Brake panel, brake panel. Okay, so we need 12. So we have 25 is the gear indicator. 12 right there, 12. Jake is 13. I wonder if something's up here where I have a duplicate, and that's what's causing my Jake brake problems. That could be causing my Jake brake problems too. So let's see, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then we have 12, 13. Here, while I'm here, this is going back to 11. I'll fix it. That's 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay. That goes up to the transmission. 11, 12, 13, 14. All right, let's go on to transmission here. I could add this here too. Stand by. All right, so there's 12. 12 is that. So if the button is not on, it's going to zero us out, which is what we want because we need to select the brake pedal. That goes through. Good. This is seat going through to composite here to engine micro. It's picking up the state of this on channel 25, which we changed to channel 11. All right, we changed that to channel 11. All right. Then we go from here to the engine micro right there. All right. And that's right here. Channel 2. All right. Channel 12 right here. If channel 12 is not on, it's going to go down. It's going to zero out the clutch. So channel 12, we turn channel 12 on. We should be able to move the clutch. All right, let's see. I'll disconnect that in a sec if that's causing me problems. All right, then what are we picking up? We're picking up channel 16. So we're up through 11, 12, 13, 14. No, 14's good. 14 is fine. 15 is going out to the trailer. 16 is right here. 17, 18, 19, info pass-through. Okay. Info pass-through is going here to TTIS. And then we're also reading brake panel. I can actually get rid of that brake panel now. Let's get rid of that brake panel. Let's add it up, and then I don't need it anymore. Let's do this. Trying to think how can I add this? That's a pain in the ass to add this. Yeah, I don't know how am I going to add this? Write it? I don't have to write it. That's the problem. I'd have to write it. I could just write them. Yeah, screw it. Let's leave it like this for now. I'll further consolidate later. All right, so that's sending info pass through to here. All that was set. So that seat is carrying through. All the pickup information here goes to info pass through right there. No problems. Info pass through comes over here to the light panel. The brake is also coming up. Let's write that out. It's bugging me. Stop. What do I click on? Here we go. All right. I'm going to write these real quick here. 11, 12, 13, 14. 11, 12, 13, 14. All right. 11. Where am I picking up 14? I'm picking up 14 elsewhere, right? Yeah, I'm picking up 14 elsewhere. Is this going to count as a double number if I do this? I don't think it will. Let's do 11, 12, 13. I don't even need 11. Let's keep 11 out of there. Let's just do these. I need to pick these two up. Try to pick these two up so I can get rid of a node here. All right, so that's picking up all the brake panel outputs there. So that should go over here now. That will get slim this down a little bit. All right, let's see. Right here, and then brake panel. Where's the brake panel? Right here, brake panel. All right, so that should now read 12 off of the main info bus. Oh. I direct connected that. Okay, that's what that was. All right. All right, so they should be able to take brake panel out of here now. What are you? You are 11. Okay. The brake panel should be able to come out of here. I had to add a node on there. Jake Delta. So let's get rid of this too. Jake Delta. And let's get rid of brake panel too. I don't need that anymore. Okay. Trying to think. There's got to be something stepping on what channel. All right, let's run this real quick. I'll check the clutch in a second here. Let's see what the phone is continually going off again still. All right, see what's up with this clutch. Stuck behind the door again. I gotta slow that down so it doesn't do that so fast either. All right, we're moving now. All right, good, we're good. I still don't know where the hell it was, but there's some broken connection there. Likely I was double stepping on something twice, so we're fixed now. Catch up a chat in a second here. Let's see. Last one I looked in at was Sergeant reminded me. Okay, good. I know when I was adding a couple gears just to get it moving. Okay. Do I have any, what do you mean? Do I have anything against big wheels like the kids' toy? What do you mean big wheels? Talking to me? Check. Okay, good. Caught up. Trying to do my new thing where I highlight the last thing I read so that it's easier to find. All right, so let's go through the speed so you guys can see it. So here's first gear. Top out around 9. Have 22 to 1 gear ratio, so be nice and low. There is 2. We're up to 11. We do a big jump for 3. We already got the momentum. The machine's already moving, so we can do a jump. Up to 18. 4, we're up to 27-ish. And 5 is up to 30. So I've got a good spread on this, just so that we can, this will help get places quick, because we're going to be driving from over here to the mine. So the plan for the mining on Saturday is, so the other thing I want to put in my to-do list, I'm going to get a quick to-do list here. Let me see, I have my tinkering list. Let me grab that, because that was actually, that's good to keep. So it's build to do. Let's see. Hand valve on ore wagons, double check caboose, D6 horn, still haven't done that. Master breaker. Let me put these in a list. All right. And then why you guys so oh, stop that, you devil. Let's go like this. Let's go up, 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 up. All right, good. So I can actually read the suckers. All right, and then so let's see. I want to try to increase speed of drills. So this is kind of a gamification balancing thing. Again, talking about like trying to put yourself in the dev shoes of any game. You know, understanding, you know, people have a certain amount of time they want things to take, and things should be, in general, in gaming, take less time than they would IRL, and you should make more money, because again, you're not, you know, you know, you don't have 20 years to play the game to grow a successful business. You want to grow a successful business in a week, right? That gives you the sense of satisfaction in game. And so, like, for example, you know, at first, the drilling speed of the other machines was not too bad, the ones we've been using. But now it's seeming a little slow, and especially, you know, it's going to put it at such a disadvantage now that, for example, if you have a couple people running those, and then you have some of us running, you know, I'm going to run the rope shovel, and you got people running these trucks, you know, you know, I don't want it to be where the other machines are just, like, woefully slow comparatively. I want them to still be competitive where, you know, the benefit of those machines is that they are dragging around their own trailer, and, you know, their road, they can kind of run on the road, and those trailers can be put onto trucks and trains. It's a modular system. That's the benefit of those. Those are modular system. That's what their main benefit is. The main benefit of this is it holds a large capacity. And the rope shovel, it picks up ore quickly. And so, in large quantities. And so that's the benefit. But these are big and cumbersome and fuel hungry and stuff like that. And so that's their drawback. And so I find that it's probably the drill speed on the other vehicles is a little bit slow now. And so what I'm going to try to do is I would like to speed those up. So let's put that actually on the to-do list. I did. Okay. I forget what that was called. On minor. All right. Let's see. Semi-minor. We'll call it semi-minor for now. So, you know, that's kind of that will put it online so that you don't feel like you're at a big disadvantage. That if you're running one of those in the mine, you're just way behind. You know. That's kind of the thing. See, this is the thing I don't know how it's going to work, Alistair, is if we end up doing this, thing where it's, you know, you kind of get credit for much ore you got. The other thing is, are people going to be like, well, I don't want to run that machine because, you know, that's faster. You know, so that's kind of, I'm trying to get them in line where they're the same. That, you know, for example, like if you're running one of these trucks, right, how the hell are we doing? So we'd probably give the same ore amount to the person operating the rope shovel, and each truck would be running the same. So, you know, I'm not going to participate in that anyway. I'm going to be running the rope shovel. But, you know, I want it so that in, say, a 20-minute period of time that you essentially move as much ore in this as you would in the other vehicles, or close. You know, and so the reason is this thing holds a huge capacity. It can hold a lot of ore, but as soon as this truck fills up with ore, it has to go down and dump it. And then it has to come back empty. So that's unproductive time, essentially, is coming back empty. That's unproductive time. The self-sustaining semi-miners, they are constantly productive until they go to dump. And so, you know, but this has the capacity. This has a little bit more capacity than those DT45s. DT45's 2150. This is 28 and change. So I don't know how that's going to work. It's, you know, if people turn it into a pain in the ass, I'm just going to stop doing it. But we'll like the ore competition. But like you know, people need to just realize too, it's supposed to be a bit of fun. It's not supposed to be a pain in the ass too. So. Hopefully people don't try to turn it into a pain in the ass. We're like, I don't want to run that machine. It's so slow, and I'll lose the thing, you know. Trying to just come up with fun things to add and kind of have ore scoreboards, you know. This was struggling later in the day to get up this, so... Did I come up here before with this? I can't remember if it was this, if I came up here. This struggled to get up here. Start slipping. I don't know. Did I actually come up here? I don't know if I came up here with this one. I can't remember. I know I came down. I don't think I ever actually made it up there. All right, let me quickly read some chat. Yeah. Now I'm going to run the rope shovel. I've been building it for weeks. I'm gonna run that sucker. You know, that's like, again, that's a gamification thing to run this at like, what are we going here? 30, actually 35 is too low. We're at 36 miles an hour, so I gotta put this up to 40. So, you know, of course this is much faster than a BRL, but that's for, you know, that's for game purposes. We have to drive it across the desert to get them out here. If we need to recall it and fix it, or I need to make some changes, we gotta bring them back and then drive them out again. Where, you know, you would just bring a repair truck out and repair them in the field, you know. And, you know, I'm not talking about repairs. I'm talking about, like, retrofits and stuff that we need to do if I need to edit it. So, you know, the gamification of it is, you know, you want this to be a little bit faster than it is in real life so that, again, you know, you can't afford to take an hour to go get somewhere, you know, every time you need to put this away, you know. So we can go down that path, but we got to come back up here. So this is part of the testing I'm doing right now to see what, so for example, again, those semi-miners that we've been using, those are going to be up there and stay up there for a considerable amount of time. They don't really come down very often. And so they're like, so for example, well, this is, let's say that we're coming back from the train. We just dumped off at the train. We can go down that area. I couldn't go up, but we can't, let's say we can't go up it. So we have to go around. We have to go this way. All right, so let's say that's the case. Well, this is unproductive time driving back. We're actually not moving any material, therefore it's unproductive. And so the whole time we're doing this, the semi-miners are drilling. And so they're filling their quota. The difference with this is this holds much more capacity. So if I can get it where essentially you're moving relatively the same amount of ore, then it doesn't become a like, you know, oh, you know, I've been mining for an hour and I've got one trailer's full, and I've been mining for 10 minutes and I've got one trailer full, you know. So that's kind of the thought process. You know, I'm running it off of the main engine. I think what I'm going to do is, so the way I do it with the rope shovel is it has 3 drills, 3 medium electric motors, and you know, it drills really fast, like 10 seconds it's done. And so because the drills don't run for that long, they don't use that much electricity. And so, you know, they might eat up the electricity quickly, but you, as soon as you're done drilling, you stop the drills, you pick it up, it recoups the electricity in about 10 seconds. So you use some electricity in 10 seconds, but then you recuperate the electricity in 10 seconds, or recover the electricity, whatever you want to say. You recover the electricity in about 10 seconds, and so it doesn't matter that it uses a ton of electricity because it doesn't run for very long. And so it's kind of thinking the same thing with the other drills is essentially what you would do is as soon as it's done drilling, shut the drills off, it would recoup the electricity, and then when you get over the next spot, turn the drills back on. And so by the time you've driven from one spot to the next, you've recovered all the electricity that you've used, and now you drill again. Let's say you lose 30% of your electricity, and then the drills shut off, and then bingo, you start, you know, you recover the electricity, and then by the time you get to the next patch, you're good to go again. So that's kind of what I'm thinking of doing. How's it going, Mr. Beep? The Beep is here. All right, so here, let me go down on this patch here. I already had this add-on up, and then I'll just delete the truck away. I'll show you what I've done on the rope shovel. But yeah, so we can go up that side fine. I actually kind of like this having a little bit of a disability here where it can't make it up that hill. So again, because this has a larger capacity, and it can't make it up that hill, you have to go around. And because you have to go around, it takes you longer drive time than, say, the semi-miner, which can make it up that hill, which, again, I think when I make this map, you know, I'm going to make this map here. Maybe we'll do that today to kind of fix that up so that the, you know, that's going to be the planned map for, you know, it's going to have go and no-go zones. Do not drive here. Yes, drive here. I don't want to see people going down sheer cliffs anymore. So I'm trying to get it set up where there are approved paths. That way, you know, we're not wasting a bunch of time doing crane. It's all right, like, once in a while, but it's like, you know, I don't have to do 7 craning. And part of the reason for that, why I'm kind of, like, really trying not to do that now is I don't want to transport the rope shovel out here. So what I either need to do is come up with the latest version of the rope shovel, put it in as a permanent add-on, and then redo the save, which isn't a big deal to redo the save. And then that would keep that in there because, again, remember, I was using the add-on to spawn in fuel vehicles and cranes and any sort of support vehicles we need, I was spawning in with add-ons. And so if we do that, every time that we have an issue, I have to despawn the rope shovel and then respawn the rope shovel. I'm trying to avoid that at all costs, frankly. So let's get this add-on going here. Let's see. All right, I am at, I believe, where was I? Right here. I'm here. Am I there? Let me quickly look. I want to make sure that I, where I parked. All right, I'm on the corner here. All right. So I'm in the corner. All right, so I'm on the corner of, where am I? Right here? Right here is where I am. Okay, right there. All right, so this is the latest rope shovel. I worked on this last night till too damn late, and yeah, so what I might do is put this in with a permanent add-on, redo the world. Not a big deal. And then I can also spawn fuel vehicles and everything. So why is the engine revved up on this? What? Get in the seat, jackass. Oh, I had the trim on. Okay. Like, why are we revving at full throttle? Okay, let me walk over. Let me go over all the new stuff I put on here. So, some more sculpting. I still have to finish this bottom area there. A little bit of paint here and there. I redid this whole ladder system about 5 frickin' times last night. Literally 5 times I redid this ladder system to get it tight and compact. I didn't want it all over the town, so let's try to get this. All right, let's pretend I put the ladder down. We're gonna get a button, dual buttons, so one up here, one down there. It's actually worked all right. Oh, fuck you. Let's get the infinite electricity on. All right, so here's the ladder. Jump on the ladder. Put the ladder up. So I have a bunch of these staggered like this so the railings fit. All right, so this is kind of nice and tight in here, as tight as I can get it. So we come up. What the hell is that about? All right, I got to fix that. How did that get screwed up? Okay, that's screwed up. I got to fix that railing. Oh, I moved this and I didn't fix that. All right, so we have a door here. It's not connected yet, but so you come up here. If you can walk around the front. All right, and then we have a door here. So you go in the door. All right, so this is kind of a little, you know, probably a bathroom in here, some other facilities. There's the door on the other side. Hello, hello. So that's where that goes. I'll put a pass-through door to go into the actual engineering section. All right, come up here. I don't know why there's water there, but there is. All right, this is a shift or control? Tell me which. Control. There we go. Oh, my God. I've clicked both, and it wasn't working. All right, so you go through this door here. Apparently, the diesel. This is full of fucking diesel. That's hilarious, dude. This is full of diesel. That's why it's showing water. That's hilarious, dude. That's friggin' funny. All right, so that goes into the engine room there. Here's an upper room. It's kind of like a little cramped up here, but here's an upper room. All right, this is full of diesel for some reason. I must have breached the diesel. All right, and then you have a hallway here. It's probably in there somewhere. I moved the floor down, so that's probably why this is full. This thing probably weighs so much. This thing's got to be heavy. All right, so that's. Put that stuff in last night. The stairs took me way too long to get the stairs right. I really wanted them right. I was going to put a door here. Couldn't get it figured out right. This is good right there. All right. changed out the doors for these. They're not, none of them are connected, so I have to no clips for everything. All right. So let's just run it with infinite electricity here, because I'm full, got that room full of diesel. All right. So this is actually pretty good in this little plateau here. All right, there we go. Let's make sure damage is off. Okay, good. All right. Let's unhang that a little bit. There we go. One thing I'd like the devs to do is like pivots. I would like to do shock absorption pivots where you essentially put the damping force on the pivot. And that way, like, I could put pivots on there, and they wouldn't be powered, but they'd have a shock absorbing so that it would reduce the... Like, you could set the max speed, and it would dampen it out. All right, so let's see how fast this drills. There's probably, what, three ores there? It looks like 3 ore patches. So those are 3 fresh ore patches. I was telling Alistair this last night that I had to increase the capacity of the bucket even more to be able to get all the mechanics hooked up in there, right? It now holds 486 ore per bucket. So, right, so that's now full. You know, it's probably actually not full of ore yet, but it is, you know, we ate those 3. You can see the reach. I could pretty much touch the other ones too. So let's get out of this and let's go run the truck. So again, a lot of the efficiency of this is going to be the truck drivers getting back here and being on site for, you know, you don't want that machine just sitting there. So you want to make sure that it's better to have a truck, you know, another truck kind of lined up, ready to go than to be, you know, for the bucket machine to be sitting doing nothing. All right, there we go. All right, and here's the dump. So let's we'll see this from third person here. So it's not instant. I had set it up wrong. I thought it was instantly dumping everything. It wasn't, but it's pretty fast. You know, what was happening was it was dumping a bunch on the door, but that actually wasn't all of it. It was just when I was pressing the button. Now, it will keep dropping as long as the door is open. I changed the logic on there. So as long as the door is open, it will keep dropping ore. If the door closes, it stops dropping ore. So it's, you open it at your own risk. You got to kind of deal with it then. All right. Why are we not rotating here? There we go. Okay. A little bit of phantom. I think we had a little phantom physics with the armature itself too. So part of the phantom physics here is, if you remember, let's go into F2. You can see it hitting that. It's leaning towards the rear. It's hitting one of the side pieces there. So like if that happens, I can just kind of, the method I've been doing is just I gotta move the tracks and get it to readjust its position a little bit. Taking the brake off helps too, because that will actually let it move the tracks as I rotate. So like that usually gets it unstuck, just move a little bit. So I'm trying to come up with methods to not have that issue. But like this has a long reach. So like I right now I can reach probably these over here, at least part of them. I don't know if I'm actually hitting this or not. There we go. So like this is actually more what this machine would be doing, is going uphill. It doesn't, not supposed to be really grabbing flat stuff, but you know, kind of use it for everything. So like I should be able to grab, those are 3 right there. That's 2 or 3, and that is 2 or 3 right there. So like let's go up. So, like, I could shut the drills off right now to recoup some electricity. We already hit that one. So. I could shut the drills off to recoup electricity now. So I just did. So if we had the gens on, the gens would be recouping that electricity because it's got a big draw. This one actually has big enough generators, it really doesn't matter all that much. Try to see what the angle, I'm trying to get the angle right. All right, let's go up. And let's just roll back a little bit. There we go. There we go. So let's see what we got on the first bucket. I didn't let the bucket fill up. So there's an auto shut off now. So we got 200 on the first pass. That's not bad. There's an auto shut off now on the drills. I added that last night. So it should keep drilling until it hits its capacity, and then it should stop. So that I don't have to worry about wasting and spillage. Like, the nice thing here is a lot of these are like 2 or 3 patches all together. So I'm not going to shut the drills off. We'll let them auto shut off. So I know I'm at max capacity. Let me catch up with chat while this is drilling. Good to see a beep. I've yet to... I still am remembering to test the auger car, as I haven't got to it yet. If I make a custom rudder, will it still turn my ship? Yeah, you just use wing segments and a pivot. Works. All right. I'm going to improve the drive system on this. I still have not gripped up these tracks, so they need to be gripped up a little bit. But, like, once I get on site, like, it's pretty damn easy to access quite a few patches. Like, there's one, you know, there's 2 or 3 right there. Looks like 2. We're drilling on that. Walking dragline would be fun to make. Alright, so it stopped itself. That means we're at max capacity. So we've got a full bucket now. I'm just gonna probably move the truck here. So that first bucket, so it's about 5, I think. Was it 5.8 buckets fills this truck, something like that? Yeah, so we're not going to be running a ton of these open wheel, of these big mining dump trucks here, because it's, yeah, we have too many of it, people sitting around all day. We at max? Yeah, we're good. I'm within reach there. Gotta get these doors done. Big pain in the ass having a no-clip through everything. Alright. So, the drills shut themselves off, so... Okay. Nope, I'm pressing the wrong button. Alright. So perspective-wise, it actually isn't that bad. I can use the shadow of the bucket itself to kind of tell me where it's hanging to, so that should be about 685, something like that, 686, something like that, with this bucket once this is dumped. With blocks, use wing segments. Wing segments have lift, so you pretty much need wing segments, I think. Yeah, I don't know why people thought this was pot, especially they're just being jackasses, frankly, but I don't know why they thought it was pot. So if I do that right, if I raise it up and drop the cables at the same time, I can usually pretty reliably get it to slam the door shut pretty fast. It's like this has a really pretty big reach, so get quite a few nodes at once. Probably all old nodes anyway that are already eaten up. I think this one is definitely, I wasn't sure about the one right behind me, but it was 2. Yep, that one is 2. Right. Pretty sure that one up top is clapped already. I don't know if I can reach it. Like, the reach on this thing's pretty damn good. I did shrink the reach too. That didn't like that at all, doing that. Take the brake off. If I take the brake off, it helps me rotate if I get jammed up. So I'm usually tapping the brake off and then putting the brake right back on will do it. Like that's a pretty damn good reach there. Like I minimize how much I have to move this. Let's go left on this. I hang over quite a bit too, so it's like, you know, you look like you're gonna hit that, but we're still good ways away. You know, it's a lot of perspective work. I'm like, under my ass is where the wall is for this. So it's pretty maneuverable for its size too. I'm gonna re-gear the tracks, grip the tracks, change up how the electric motors work. Gotta do a bunch of that shit. So. But it's runnable. Like you can see, the only issue we're having right now is that the whole engine room is full of liquid. So that's gotta weigh an insane amount of weight. Look, like that's a lot of liquid in there. Like that is a ton of liquid in there. It's way too fast for how it should be here, so I gotta work on that as well. I'm gonna down gear it again. You know, you're taking the diameter of the track, or the circumference of the track, essentially, the wheel on the track, and then you're figuring out what your RPS is. Drill's pretty fast. All right. So that's full again. We're at 486. It shut itself off. See, we dropped 1. So that's not bad. I could drop it by 1, but I've only lost 1 the last 2 times, so not a big deal. There's another one. Okay, so I might drop it by like 5 or something. It's drilling for a little bit, but again, at this rate, that is some pretty minor spillage, I'd say. Alright, I'll change the way that works too so that it doesn't turn itself on once it goes below 400. What it'll do is be an up-down counter, so as soon as it goes over the amount, the max amount, it will reset it, and then I have to actually turn it back on again with a push button, so we'll do that. So what are we up? We're at 6. We're at like 686 plus 486. 1172, so we're better than half. Well, no, we're not quite half full yet. Okay, let's grab this. So if I go down and down at the same time, so down and then up. Up, there we go. Get it swinging. There we go. So I'm getting pretty good at getting that swung shut too. This is just gonna take half a second to drill that one, but figure we're there. We might as well hit it. There we go. Okay. Getting good pics of this sucker while we're doing it. I have too many microcontrollers on the truck. It's not helpful for pictures. Keep trying not to put 1,000 microcontrollers on everything on the roof. Makes it hard for pics. The other day I had to delete them all off because I had too many microcontrollers on it. Alright. So, good tests on that. We'll stop scrolling with this one. We can do a little bit of work on stuff. Alright, so, like, I'm jammed up right now. I can't rotate, so I'm going to test this, shut the brakes off, and then try to rotate. Perfect. So, with the brakes on, it every once in a while will jam up there because I showed you the collisions. By removing the brakes, the whole machine shifts, and it allows it to unstick. So pretty much tapping that brake off and on and then trying to rotate again, it rotates instantly. So it's actually a good way to do it. So. Just get a pick with the bucket open there. All right, so what we're at, 1172 plus 486, 1658. That's one of the reasons why I like Alistair's new truck, but it's like the capacities. I didn't want too big of a capacity on this because, again, you get in a situation where, like, nobody gets a chance to run any machines because it's like you've got one truck sitting there for 5 hours getting filled, and then that truck goes off and the other person gets filled up. It's not, it's actually not a huge deal, but you don't want the people in the back waiting for too long. So we're gonna we'll see how long it takes to fill each vehicle. Then we can figure out how many of each type of unit we're gonna have. So that's just my personal reason why I didn't choose a big one. I actually chose the smallest one I could for that reason. Was I figured we're gonna have issues if we have too much capacity. We're never gonna we're gonna have one person running a dump truck essentially, but. Alistair's isn't too bad. I think, what do you say, 4,800, something like that. So, like, this is 2,800, so it's, it's not double. But it's, it's approaching that. Still less than double, so it's like you could theoretically be taking one person and pushing them into the semi-drill, but it's not a big deal, it's not like it's going to break the fun, And that's why, like, you know, want to make sure we had smaller dump truck too, so that way, like, if we had 2 of Alistair's, it'd probably be tough to, you know, because you'd have 2 people sitting forever, you know. The other thing too is you can have them on either side where you'd have 2 lined up, but you kind of want to get one filled and moved off because you don't want them to completely leave the this alone and not have this, like, you don't want this machine sitting around doing nothing either. So, all right, good. So that was good testing there. Let's see what we got in there. So that was a pretty short period of time. We got a good capacity in there, or a good quantity in there. Yeah, 1394. So pretty good amount of ore in there. Let's do this. Let's go. I think I have it there. Let's see. Where are you at the add-on? Trying to find the aluminum area here. I'm gonna put the mother bin out. I want to test that mother bin out. Because I need to see if we can dump in the mother bin. If we can't, I might do an add-on to put that on there. So that we can load the train with something else, or modify the mother bin, or make something else that will work with it. I was hoping, we'll see how it works. We'll see if it's problematic. What side's that on? I'm trying to get the bin side. That should be bin side on this side. I can't. Yep, that's bin side on this side. All right, let's get this lined up and moved over. All right, that should be pretty good. Let's save that. All right, let's get over there and let's test this mother bin out. It's funny. This is running. What is this running? A 2-cylinder? This is either a 2 or 3-cylinder 3x3, right? And you'll see some people will build like their small semis that have like 8-cylinder 3x3s, and it's like, oh my god. But again, that's all transmission. Like, a lot of people just, like, they don't either care to learn about a transmission or they don't know about a transmission. And so essentially, it's like you're running in a high gear all the time, and the only way you get the torque is by putting an absolutely disastrously large engine in there. You know? You know, like for, I don't know what's in the, I can't remember what's in, I think they're they're 3 cylinders, I think, in the rope shovel. Okay, keep a chat a second, guys. So what I think I'm going to do is, instead of having too many series, I think instead of having the tinkering series, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do everything where I just intend on building in the in the workshop one. You know, I can't promise everything's going to get out. I would like everything to get out, but I can't promise that's going to happen anyway. You know, things come up, things don't work. You know, end up wanting to save stuff. It depends. So I'm going to still try to, but like certain things, if I start, I'm going to do the tinkering probably in the workshop instead of, because the problem is, like, if I get in there and I like work for an hour on tinkering some builds and then I want to work on something that was on the workshop, I'm like, well, do I change over to the workshop or what do I do, or do I save that for tomorrow? Instead, like, I'll just use the workshop as build. Some stuff's coming out, some stuff won't, you know, probably just, you know, like a lot of things is like you move on to other things and you never finish stuff or you just don't want to release it. You know, I'm going to still try to do it. I still want to get out, like, you know, this is kind of a mad dash trying to get ready for the multiplayer sessions. So I'm trying to get, like, all of this stuff done for the multiplayers. But I would like to, after, kind of get a good set of mining vehicles, I'd really like to kind of do what I did with the Pillock, where I like try to hammer one out in one episode and get that right in the workshop. So, you know, so I think workshop's going to be more broad, just building, you know, instead of these things def come out, you know, and then every once in a while I'll put up the an episode of the workshop where it's like, okay, we're going to build this, you know, in this episode and get it out, you know. Something small. You know, these bigger builds, as you can see how many hours I've worked on these, you know, these are, takes forever to get this stuff done. But they're coming along nicely. Alright, we can go down this, but going up this was a problem. Which I kind of liked, you know, there are certain areas where certain builds, this is still a treacherous area. We really should not be going up and down this cliff. Anyway, so maybe we'll work on the map here in a little bit. So, let's test the Jake out. So I wonder if when I went in there and fixed those channels, it fixed the Jake. It looks like it. Yeah, you see the brakes coming on? Yeah, Jake's working. So I overrode a channel. I had a channel doubled up, I think, and I fixed it. So that's why, because it didn't make any sense. All the connections were done. The only thing that made sense was that I have a double channel on there, and so it's essentially putting out a 0 value because it had 2 things on there. So the nice thing was, kick that Jake on. You notice that it does a good job. And the faster we go, the more it's helping to slow us down. You know, so that is really, like, we started speeding up the bottom of that hill, and it did all the braking for me. So, and again, if your foot or your finger, is, in this case, is on the W key, the brake is not on. You know, it comes on when you take your finger off. So it's kind of like 1 foot driving in an electric car where take your foot off, you slow down, you put your foot on the accelerator, you go fast. It's kind of the same thing with this. Is you can keep that button pressed, and as long as you're holding the W key, you know, it's going max speed. And then as soon as you take your finger off, like there's the finger off, see it starts slowing down. So this is good for, especially something heavy like this. You go down a hill, as soon as you take your finger off, it's giving you some braking, and it's saving you from running, you know. Of course, we don't care in game, but like you'd have to worry about wearing out your brakes. They do these in these large mining trucks. They'll do like, you know, regenerative braking on the electro units. They'll do a bunch of different systems on there. Kind of cool. But like, so now that's working well. So you just click that Jake brake on and you're good to go. You know, and then you're essentially like, take my finger off, and we get a really good amount of braking force there, and it's not excessive. That's about what you'd probably be getting. You know, so you're turning the big engine into a big compressor, so I hope that's not sitting right in front of that. It is. You suck. I gotta move this. It's not a big deal. It's in with the add-on. It's sitting right in front of that switch. All right, I'm hoping this will dump all right in there. We will see. It's actually, I don't think it's too big of a deal to stretch the mother bin. It's actually probably the easiest thing is to stretch the mother bin. So let's go ahead and set the brake. All right, let's get this mother bin prepared. So I think I'll be able to stretch this if I need to. So it's symmetrical. It's right down the middle. I think it's 5. So what I can do is cut it down the middle and push it out on either side, and that will stretch it to be wide enough. We'll see if I need to. It's pretty damn wide as it is. It's 5 across. This is, what is this, 6 across? Something like that. So it's close. I would like it if the mother bin would just work. That would be convenient. But let's see, 1, 2, 3, 5. So it's 5 and that's 6. So it actually, even if I need to stretch it, I might only have to stretch it by 1, which would be kind of nice. I'm going to try to get on this one so I don't have to do that jump bullshit there. There we go. I keep pressing the space bar. That's how I fell off the cliff. If you guys saw that picture, was I've been running the rope shovel for a while, and the rope shovel, actually we might be able to dump at the top. That was the other thing I was curious about. Can I dump in the top? I mean, we dump in the problem is the hinge. It has to go all the way up almost for the okay, it is beeping. It has to go all the way up, so it might be too short. Where's the hinge on there? Oh, it's close, man. See where the hinge is? It's going to be below the hinge. So, yeah, you can't dump on the top, but it's close here. It makes the mother bin look frickin' tiny. Look at how small the mother bin looks. That's hilarious. Like, it's hard to tell the scale because we're driving around the rope shovel. So this looks small next to the rope shovel. And then you get it up next to this and like, oh my god, that's huge. Nice slow reverse on this. Okay, brakes. See how it's doing this jump shit? I don't know why it's doing why a bunch like other people's builds are doing that too. I don't know what the deal is with that. Okay. Stop. Brakes, you bitch. Okay, good. So we don't need much stretch, I don't think. It's gonna need to be stretched, but not by a ton. Alright, so it needs to be stretched by 2, I would say. There's a vacuum button. There's a vacuum button right there. Probably should stop. Let's get a pick here. This atrocity here. The other thing too is this exceeds the capacity of the mother bin by quite a bit, so we might build some new equipment here. So one thought I had was this. So these, what you're supposed to be able to do is store shit in here, drive the trains under here, and dump. What I might do is make an add-on dumping facility that will allow us to dump and then drop into the train. So that's something else I was thinking about doing for this particular type of mining. So let's get in here and let's put that bed down. Oh, come on. Get out of no clip, you dickhead. So it dumps pretty fast. It's just, you know, it's overwhelming the mother bin by a considerable amount, as one can see. Vacuum's on. You see they're going in there. It's just slow. So I would say 2 wider at least. I might make a purpose-built mother bin for this operation. I don't know. We'll see. But that's let me get this back. So we got this figured out here. So let's go ahead and I'm gonna take the add-on back. I'm gonna take this truck back. Let's save the truck. I think we're pretty good. So let's see. Let's go to the let's see. Jake brake's fixed. Okay, Jake brake is fixed, so that's good. It's good to check something off the list. Let's save this. All right, let's catch up with chat. Yeah, I personally like to use vanilla parts for most stuff, but like the thing that I love XML for is this. I don't want to see, like, I wanted to cover this, I can cover it. You know, that's something I like about XML. What the fuck? Stand by. What color is this? Why is it misbehaving? Why won't what? Okay, maybe I did color it. All right, I got it. You know, so like doing stuff like that, covering stuff is nice. You know, my whole goal with XML is I want to, like, like, for example, like, you know, you're talking to Mr. Beep about like, oh, you can hide some fins. You know, it doesn't, you know, IRL, of course, would you have 400 fins? No. Sometimes does that make it in game makes it more realistic because we have the tools, we just, you know, they don't necessarily look right. So you can put a bunch of fins, for example, like when I do my stability systems in the hull, and then you don't want to look at them. So what do? You XML a block across them, and now you have a more realistic system, and it still looks good. That's my favorite way to do XML. I don't like doing too much. Like, I'm going to stretch these out. They look a little bit funky. Look like a pair of tits on there. But, you know, for the most part, I don't like doing too much XML. I like to use it to cover things like this back here. These are two big XML blocks because we have the funnels, and it takes up 2 spots, and they look ugly. You know, IRL, of course, you'd fill this with ore and you just dump it. So I can cover those funnels with something like that, and you know, and I think it looks better. You know, and so that sort of thing lets you cover up the things you don't want to look at. I think that's where XML is at its best, but you know, it's nice to see how some other people use it as well. Yeah, that was a lot of I gotta look at that. That was a lot of, let me put that on the thank you for reminding me of that. I gotta put in the rope shovel. I gotta open up the rope shovel and put in fix fuel leak in engine room. I moved some stuff. So I moved that whole floor down, so it pushed it into the fuel tank. So I gotta fix that. I'll see you, Sergeant. Thanks for hanging out. I think I'm gonna get one more coffee. I'm gonna go run and do that real quick, guys. This is about usually as late as I like to have a coffee, so you go do that. I'll be right back. All right, I've returned here. Let's see. Yeah, you need to use the wings because what the wings have is they have a lift component on one side. So as you turn it, you're changing the lift vector. Most rudders IRL will do a little bit of fun here. Aerodynamics, hydrodynamics. There was one aggravating comment months ago, or about a month ago, that was like somebody was, you know, they were trying to tell me how an airplane worked, and I told them like, oh well, yeah, I made some comment about how my degrees in this. Like, Yeah, you probably know about a lot about commercials, about civil aviation, but not a lot about, military aviation. It's like, dude, aerodynamics be aerodynamics, dude. It's like, and then it's so you get some like low-hour guy in game trying to tell me about how aerodynamics work. But anyways, so pretty basic hydrofoil, airfoil, all works the same as far as we're concerned here. So let's talk. So like a general airfoil or even I'm using hydrofoil as something in the water, essentially. That's same thing. Airfoil's in the air, hydro, water, in the water. All right, so this type of wing here, right, it's low drag because it's thin. You have an accentuated surface on top. The air needs to, so there's a greater distance here. Because this is straight, this has a certain distance, right? Because this is curved, this has more distance. Because this has more distance, by definition, the air has to go faster over the top to be able to meet the air at the bottom as they both race this way. So this needs to go faster over to cover more distance to then meet. And so because of this faster speed, you get a low pressure on top. So you get a low pressure right there. And then under here, you get a high pressure, right? So because you get a low pressure on top, high pressure, you get lift. All right. So that's, that type of airfoil. All right. Now, if you want more lift, let's say you're talking about an airplane like a short takeoff and landing airplane, right? You fatten up this wing like so, right? And I can't reattach this one, but let's say that was reattached there. So the fatter you can make it, right, you're accentuating that more. And that is causing the air to move even faster over the top. You get more lift. But because it's fat, right, the air is going to hit all the front parts. There's a lot of drag. It's hitting all this. That's a lot of drag. And so this is more draggy. So this is good for like a cargo airplane. This is good for like a short takeoff and landing airplane. Not good for something that's trying to go fast, right? Same thing. So that is one side of the wing is different than the other. Then you have symmetrical, either hydrofoils or airfoils, where essentially, let's take this. We'll go like that, right? Right, so here we have the exact... Oh, shit. That's on another layer. I layered that. Why is it going over on the layer? That doesn't make any sense to me. Here. Put it on another layer. I don't know why it's... I put it on another layer. How is it covering it on a... Oh, let's go like that. Okay, here we go. Let's try this. What the fuck is going on here? I don't know why it's covering it on a layer. That's so weird. Did I not actually cut it off the layer? That's the thing. Here. Oh my god, it's not... Is it on the background layer? It's on the background, that's why. Okay, it's on the background, fucker. I didn't even put it on the layers is why. I wonder what was going on here. All right, there we go. Piss off, you. All right, so anyway, so you can have a symmetrical hydrofoil or symmetrical airfoil, and essentially what's happening here is, let's go down on you, let's go up and give you a little bit of camber there. All right, so let's say this is on your boat, right? Mr. Beep that you're building there. And then let's go flip that vertical. All right, so this is your symmetrical hydrofoil. So it is, or airfoil. Again, same thing. They work the same, a little bit different, just, air and water. But there is your symmetrical hydrofoil. So the shape is the same on top as it is on the bottom, right? So the air is going to move over the top at the same rate that it's moving over the bottom. Again, it needs to cover that distance in a certain amount of time. So the air is going to come over. It's going to take a certain amount of time. It's going to take a certain amount of time here. So, so T1, T2, right? T1 is equal to T2. So the time that the air goes over. So because of this, you neither have, a differential in high or low pressure there. So you have the same. Now, there will be a essentially a high pressure on both sides. You know, so there'll be essentially a high pressure on both sides. So what you have to do with this is you have to then take this. Let's merge that layer down. Take this. All right, and now imagine it is a wing, right? You're going through the air. If you want to climb, you have to tilt it. All right, by tilting it, right, you're changing the angle. So now you're essentially accentuating the air or the water will separate, and then it will go up even higher and come back down. Well, what you've done is, so now the air or the water is coming up like this and it's accentuating like that. And then this is coming right down like this, and it's streamlined. And so what's happening is this takes longer distance to go over the top than the bottom. So now you're back to a low pressure, a high pressure situation, and that gives you lift going in this direction. All right, so that's a symmetrical airfoil or hydrofoil. All right, and then you can also turn it. Can I turn it now? What the fuck? And so now you can do the same thing where you tilt it down, right? So now you're tilting it down, you're getting essentially the other effect. So you have air is pretty much right on there, or water, and then this is going and it's accentuating around, right? So this is now giving you effectively a high pressure up here and a low pressure there, and so resultant is going to push you this way. And so this is how a rudder works. And that's why in game you need that wing segment. The wing segment has a built-in arrow. So it's giving you lift in one direction. So when you turn it with a pivot, right, it's going to change which way that's going effectively. And so it acts like an airfoil or hydrofoil. So that's why you need that. You actually need that part so you can rotate it. If you put two wing segments on there, you know, you cancel them out and you can still do symmetrical turns with it. So, but a little bit of a old talkie on that stuff there. That's why, like, the Corsair had to push up the wing. You've got some of them, they have built-in angle of attack that when the plane lands, the tail is very low so that the plane naturally has a positive angle of attack. You know, you also have camber. You can bend the wing even more to make the bottom go even slower and the top go even faster to get more. Bunch of different things you can do to get more lift. All right, I'm just trying to catch up, guys, with chat. Yeah, you need limit your rudder to 50%. So I usually actually limit it out to like 45%. You go more than that, it like you said, it acts like a brake. You know, so you just want to limit it to about 45%, 50%, something like that. That's what I do. Like, that's what Tethys has for rudders is wing segments. They and they're clamped, so they can't. It does an up-down counter. So. Yeah, so what I would do, Mr. Beep, for how to control your seat is you do AD, reset 100%. That's going to give you a positive 1 when you go, say, D, and a negative 1 when you go A. Then I put it into an up-down counter. You can do that, or so you can do it in an up-down counter. So now you have a 1, you have a 2, or you have a 1, negative 1. That's one way to do it. The other way to do it is, for example, you can keep it as reset, where it's AD, and what you could do is you can divide it by 4. So it would be 1 divided by 4 is 0.25, or you could do it by half. And so when you go to 1, it goes to 0.5. When you go to negative 1, it goes to negative 0.5. So you can do that. You know, you can do just by half or a quarter or whatever, however much you want to turn. And that way you get the full swing, but it's doing the conversion, and you don't have a dead zone. They're petitioning for it. I'm going to bring in some of them. I'm not bringing in everybody's vehicle whenever they want it either. So I need to check them out, make sure, because like we got to be careful that don't bring in, like, Citruses and Alistairs are usually pretty well optimized and work. I don't want to spend 4 hours like trying to up this vehicle doesn't work, bring it back and all that stuff. So I already told the two of them they can bring in a vehicle, but I'm not going super ham on it. Because it's like, we got to make sure they work right. Yeah, I know Citrus uses the systems that I use, so, you know, like if we need to move his trailer, we can hook up any of the trucks and it should work, you know. Get somebody who like has a divergent system that just doesn't work. It's too annoying to try to like, because they're like, oh, well, you know, well, we can try with one of my other trucks. Then we got to bring in that truck and do all this shit. So, but Citrus and Alistair's builds are the only two I've approved at the moment. And we'll try them out and then see how it goes. But I'm not going to make a habit of it like every episode have 400 new vehicles in it either. You know, a big part of it too is like I'm working on these vehicles specifically for the multiplayer series, so. Yeah, I'm not really concerned about having to bring down the amount that's in there. We'll see how it works. Like, you know, we'll see how we're actually doing. How's it going there, Walter? How are you? Oh, that's too bad there, Walter. Never good when you have no shit pipe. Yeah, it's, you know, there are a bunch of people who are like, oh, yeah, it's nice to live out in the country and have all this land and everything else, and I agree. It would be nice to have that stuff, but it sucks when your internet's terrible and you have a septic tank. Like, when I was buying my house, I didn't want a septic tank because you could come home one day and you just need a new septic system. And, you know, if I come home and there's something wrong with the septic, I only am responsible from the house to the street, and then the city is responsible for the rest, so it's... You know, it just makes it... I just prefer that because it's like you don't come home to a $20,000 bill one day, you know. There's plus and minus with everything, you know. I was catching a chat, guys. Yeah, that's the funny thing is, you know, it was funny. The guys in the shop, like, I am no mechanic, you know. I do all right. I fix some of my own stuff, but I'm certainly no mechanic. You know, I have reasonable amount of training in like different systems, but like still no mechanic. Like I might know how a system works, but I don't know like all the components of how to like I might know there's a bearing there, but I don't know how to take the bearing out, you know. And so like a lot of people, so like you know, the way I used to always do it was like when I went in the shop to get something fixed, I say, you know, it's doing this. I think it might be this, but what do I know? And usually I was right, but I kind of went in there knowing that I'm talking to the expert. Don't solve it for them. You know, you can kind of give them, I think it might be this, but like don't go in there and try to solve it for them. You know, they're the expert. Let them solve it. Give them the information. It's like the doctor. Don't tell them I have X. Tell them I have these symptoms and let them solve it, you know? It's still the hydrofoil still working like an airfoil is. As you're changing it. You're changing the angle of attack is in relation to the relative wind in an airplane, and it's in relation to the relative flow of water. So, for example, like if you move your rudder and you're not moving, right, the boat doesn't turn, right, because there's no relative velocity in the water. So what you're doing is as you turn the rudder in the boat, because you have forward motion, essentially, as you turn that rudder, you're changing the resultant angle of attack to the flow of the water, and that is then causing a lift on one side and a high pressure on one side, a low pressure on, let's say high pressure, low pressure. Lift doesn't really make sense going sideways. So high pressure, low pressure. So because you have a low pressure, right, it's much easier for the vehicle to go to the low pressure. The high pressure is actively pushing you. And so you have a low pressure on one side, a high pressure on the other. And so, of course, it wants to move towards the low pressure and is also getting pushed to the low pressure. So it slides that direction. I wouldn't go with a PID. What I would do, this is the easiest way to do it. Take your AD. If you want it, sometimes I want my rudders sticky. In my big ships, I usually will do my rudders. They will stay in position until I move them back. And I do that because, like, a turn could take me a long time. And especially when I'm docking, I might want to set my rudders where I want to keep them. I don't want them to keep resetting themselves. So a lot of the dock maneuvering I do, I want the rudder to be stuck where I want it. But some of the boats, especially smaller ones, I want them to reset. Here, let's just do it in game real quick here. Let's save this. All right, we'll just do a quick test bench here. You just quickly check over there. Okay, I just want to make sure I talked to everybody in Twitch. I did. All right, guys, if you send me if you do like a gifted sub or something, just let me know because I'm kind of new to the Twitch and like I know some people they set it up where it will give them alerts and it doesn't always come out on restream. So, you know, I'm watching most of it, so just you know, give me a ping. I certainly want to acknowledge you for that. All right, so let's take our wing segment here. I don't think I've ever done one that's not a small. I think like even my biggest ships have smalls. So like generally IRL you wouldn't want it like this. So what I do is just for a little bit of realism's sake, I go like this. I cut them and I move them like this. You want your pivot point so that you have, you don't want it directly on the end. You want it more like that. All right, and so that looks pretty good there. And then we take our seat. All right, and so the easiest, simplest way to do this is so we have AD, reset, however fast. That's how the rate back and forth. Get a microcontroller here. So super simple. This is the simplest way, right? So max D or A is going to be 1 or -1. So you want to limit it at most to 50%. So we'll do 2. Composite input seat. Number output rudder. All right, now this is like I'll show you a couple ways to do it, but one of them I would highly recommend against. So for example, you could come in here and you can make a clamp. All right, I would recommend against this. So if you do a clamp, right, and you do X comma, you know, -0.5, comma 0.5, that's going to mean that the rudder can only go to -0.5 or +0.5. Okay, so you could do that. I'll show you the problem with this. Okay, fucker. Let's see. What is AD is 1. Of course, clicking the wrong one there. All right, AD is 1. All right, so you could do this, but this puts a dead zone in there, and you don't really want to do that. So if we plug in the composite, and then we go out to the rudder, all right. And who knows, it's probably going to be backwards, but the whole point is to talk about the dead zone on it. So if I go all the way to the right, all right, if I'm gonna just trim it all the way to the right. All right, so you notice, because I put the clamp in, it only goes 50%, okay? But look at the seat. So the seat's at 1, okay? So because the seat's at 1, what's going to happen is when I clear it, I'm pressing the wrong button. There we go. So watch what happens. I'm going to go to, it's going to hit 50 and stop, okay? Now I want to go left. There's a dead zone. It takes time for me to go from 1 to back to 0.5. So I'm going to tell you when I hit A. So see, it had a point of hesitation, and now I'm going to hit D. Watch this hesitation. D. See how it hesitated? All right, so I really don't want it to hesitate like that. So what I want to do is, the better way to do this is this. All right, so we want 50%. So instead, what we'll do is we'll do X times 0.5. All right, and so if we do that, there's no more dead zone. All right, it's going to move. It's going to rotate half as fast, but we can always just double the sensitivity in the seat. So I'll tell you when I press D, D. So notice it moves slower. All right, but it's now. I'll tell you when I let go of D, D. So see how it instantly comes back. Then we press A. I'll tell you when I let go of A, and it instantly comes back. So you get rid of that dead zone by doing it this way. Now, it's because it's 50%, right? It's going to move 50% the speed. Real simple. You want to fix that? Go to 20%. So you've doubled the sensitivity, and so you've corrected for that now. So now we come in here. We're going to press D, and now it's fast again. So that's how you can change like the speed of it, but that gives you no dead zone. So as soon as you let go, it's instant. It starts coming back. So that's the best way I would do it, is how to convert the AD really simply like that. You know, you can do up-down counters, you can do a bunch of stuff, but again, there's 10 ways to do everything, but that's how I would do it. It's the easiest way. It's pretty foolproof. You can tune in the speed however you want it. You know, for example, you want to do 45, you would you just multiply it by 0.45. So if you only want it to turn 45%, you do, 80 times 0.45. That would give you a max of 0.45, minimum of negative 0.45. All right, let's grab this. Bud, you're in the way, bud. Cat's just jumping all over me. All right, let's grab this. So let's, I'll show you how this works. Let me make sure this is the most recent one. I think it is. I don't want to, it's a nightmare if you grab the wrong one. And it's like you start working on something that you haven't touched in a month, and you have a much more updated one. So I got to make sure I get the right one here. It's been a while since I've worked on these right here. Mining Harvester Semi. Okay, that is the most recent one. Let me check the date real quick. Let's see. 3/24. Okay. 3/24. Yep, it was this one. Okay, good. So I'll show you how this works, and I want to get this up to snuff so that these work. So we have RPS ports here. They come down, and I have the engine running up through a clutch, and then gearboxes, and then running. Let's quickly check the RPS on this. Let's actually do this. Let's go to here. I recommend this base is a good one for testing at Brains, because there's gold right there, and you can drill, like, you spawn it in 2 seconds, you can be drilling. Or use the add-on. You can always use an add-on editor too. All right, so let's go ahead and we'll do a quick test with this. I'm trying to get this a little faster. Doesn't have to go that super duper fast, but it's painfully slow the way how fast it mines now. Like we did 8 hours and we got a good amount, but like I don't think anyone filled 100%. Like there were some 90s, but I don't think anyone got 100%. So, and then now we have a new vehicle that's absolutely just puts it to shame. All right, so we'll check the drilling speed on this. So like point. Why is it going so slow? I can't hear it with the music. Did this rev up? It's supposed to rev up. Why are we not revved up? That's what I want to know. Okay, it's just probably encumbered to that. Okay, so it's too much. It's encumbered. Let's quickly screw with this. Some things changed that I gotta fix now. 3-1. Let's go to what's that? 27 divided by 5. 27 divided by 5. I can't remember that one off the top of my head. 5-4. Let's run a 5-4 real quick, see what it does. What I might do is switch. What I think I'm going to do is switch the system to diesel electric. And so what it will do is you'll have electric motors will spin those drills, and then all it has to do is it has to recuperate the electricity. And the nice thing about that is, let's say it drills this up in, I don't know, 20 seconds. All right, so 20 seconds, and then by the time you drive to the next one, it'll take you 20 seconds to get over there. The electricity is all back, and you're good to go again. What is going on with this? Misbehaving. I don't think it was having this problem before. Were any of you guys having this issue last time we drilled? Anyways, I'm going to rip this system apart, and we're going to do it a little differently. I'm going to rip this system apart. We're going to test something different. All right. So we could probably, I'm trying to think here. This is always a struggle. What are you? Let me try to find space. It's tough to find space in here that I can make work. What are you? You are probably, yeah, you're the outside. There's not a lot of space in here. That's part of my issue. So let's see. All right, music, start up again. All right, there we go. Like to get a medium in there if I can, but that's gonna be, we could just about fit a medium in there. Yeah, it's gotta go 1-4 to that, doesn't it? All right. Problem is it's on the big side, so let's see. I want to make sure to look ass too. I don't like how it looks there. All right, but am I bothering you? Sorry, cat. Cat's pissed off that I'm moving. It's like sorry, I'm a living creature. My apologies, sir. Could run smalls. Ooh, right there. Perfect. Found it. All right. This will work right here. That's actually pretty gorgeous. No, it won't. Fuck. I thought that was a 3. It's a 2. Shiza. Shit and ass. Let's see. That's not going to be big enough there. It's a 2. All right, I'm just going to do a bank of smalls then. Screw it. Okay. Do a bank of smalls. What is that? Oh, Christ. I can't see anything here. All right, we're going to go... I need a little bit of a electrical savings here, or else we're going to be in trouble, I think, with electrical usage. So I got to be careful here. I don't like it down there. Let's go. I'm just going to spam a ton of smalls in there. Let's see. If I go a 3-1, so I had like before it was doing it 1.5, wasn't too bad. So let's try to get it to a 3. So if we can get it to a 3, it's 19 RPS is where the motors will get to, is 19 divided by 3. So we're talking, yeah. Let's run a 6-3 on 3-1 here. We're gonna down gear this. This will reduce the electrical usage, and it will also give us more torque. All right. Symmetry on. Beautiful. That's just gorgeous when that happens. Why is that still that, though? Because I screwed it up. Okay, good. So let's try this. So I'm going to make it a diesel-electric where... it will recoup the battery, because that will give us time to... We can just wait for it to replenish the batteries. Okay. Yeah, like the scraper has a big old 3x3 running the drills. It'd be kind of cool at some point to bring in the scraper. So one thing I would like to do is... what am I doing? Motor. One thing I'd like to do at some point is bring that scraper back in, and what I was thinking with the scraper is it would dump on the ground, because that's kind of how scrapers work IRL, and it would dump on the ground. Then the front end loader would pick it up off the ground. So what you would do is lay a line out like it was some yayo, and then the front end loader would drive behind you. And so what you would do is you would go down to the train, and you would drive up, say, I don't know, 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, and you would lay a long line of ore, and then the front end loader would scoop it up and then dump it into the train. So just a bunch of different ideas on things that would be kind of cool to use. Let's go ahead and grab the electricity. And then is that one right there? Electric motor right there. I can't see what I just connected this to. I just connected the battery. That was not where I want to connect it to. What happened here? What happened there? I can't see shit is the problem. Got a big case, can't see the shit. Okay, there's a pipe there. All right, there's a pipe on that side. There's not on the other side. That's fine. I don't care if they're a little bit asymmetrical. It doesn't really matter. All right, there. Then that has a pipe, and that's there. Okay, as long as they're attached. And then you're going to go there. You're going to go there, and there, and there. And then, and also there. And then we need, where is the main breaker? And so what I'll have it do is, when you get too low on the battery, it will automatically just, where's the battery? Where the hell is the goddamn battery here? I'm having problems finding it. That's got to be the, try to find the hot side. This is the hot side, so that's the cold side. That's the side we want. All right, let's plug in the motors there. All right, what happened here? What is going on here? I'm so fucking confused with this here. Dude, not right now, cat. Go away for like a little bit. What is up with this? Oh, that's where battery sits. Okay. Why didn't this one get a motor? Okay, whatever. Oh, that's up behind the pipe, and then that is... Why didn't you get a motor is the question. Literally, it had symmetry on. Alright, that's good there. These will get connected, and then I need to find the battery store again, and that's hooked up right there. Okay. Alright, so I'm going to change this up, and we're going to try to run it like this. This motor is big, but it's not really that powerful. You know, the drills require quite a bit of power. What the hell is this now? Yeah, if I can get rid of... Oh, Christ. What am I doing here? I got to back a bunch of that up. All right, leave this for now. That's PTO off that. So let's leave that like that for now. And then, let's see, there was a clutch controller for running the clutch, and I'm going to run the electric motors from that, so that shouldn't be too hard. Gear indicator, I don't care. What's that? Charge. Basics engine. There's a lot of crap here. Fuel tank. What is that? Fuel tank small. I'm trying to find systems here. That is transmission, T-TIS, which is probably I need to upgrade all the T-TISs, and that eventually gets done. All right, there's the drill panel right there. Wow, I can't see shit in here. Oscillating pivot, drill clutch right there. So drill clutch is right there. Okay. All right, so I think that's good. Let's go in there and see, make sure that's all set to run. Why can I not find this? Getting old. All right, there it is. All right, where are we at? Drill clutch, drill pitch, drill clutch right here. So all right. And then what I'm going to do is let's take a clutch, stick it on. It doesn't need to go that far. All right, there already was one here. Let's check this one here. This is the drive clutch. All right, that's drive clutch right there. What? That's drive clutch? I don't think so. What the fuck is going on here? I'm confused. I've confused myself. All right, that's PTO right there. And then that comes back into the drive clutch, and that is going here. Okay, that's there, and then okay, it's on this side. This is the this PTO over here. So I'm just gonna strip out a bunch of this PTO to here. We'll dupe this, stick this like that. Come on, stick on there. All right, let's go like that for now. Because I need to see how big of a generator I'm going to need. Let's see, where is my alternators? Or are my alternators? Oh my god, this is hard to see in here. This is so hard to see in here. Right here, here's alternators. It's like right in front of my face. I couldn't find the friggin' thing. There it is, right there. Alternator, so same thing's coming on here for alternator. And then I'll end up, let's gear that up. We're going to expect that needs to be geared up. So I'm trying to see if this system's going to work better here. All right, then that is set there. Let's do what we need to do. Electrical pass real fast here. That goes there, that goes there, that goes there. These two don't need to be electrified, but whatever. That will go there, and then this will go off of the master there. All right, let's run this, see how this operates. What the hell was that? Oh, it was water coming out of the fluid filter there. No, I wouldn't use the clamp. I would. Okay, I'm just reading way behind there, Beep. I'm just gonna skip a bunch of chat, guys. If you guys are talking to me, just do at Captain Cockles. It's hard sometimes when I get behind. If I don't know if you're talking to me, so just if you need to talk to me or you want to talk to me, just do it at Captain Cockles. That would make it easier. All right, let's do drills. Right, so This was super anemic for a second there. All right, let's get out and piss off. Get out of my way. So we have infinite electricity. I'm going to test what the maximum goes on. So I want infinite electricity. I want to see what the max is. So that's a drill speed of 1.29. Let's turn off infinite electricity and see how long this lasts. Can't see my battery. Come on, give me something that has electricity. Right there. That's eating a shitload of battery. That's fine. I want to see what we're producing here. 94 is not bad. It's not too bad, actually. So that system's working better. And so what I essentially want to do is, let's see. So the engine, I should have checked the RPS. That's a 9. That's probably a big jump there to it if I do a 27. Let's do an 18 to 1, see what happens. All right, that's an 18 to 1. So that'll give us more electrical production. And then what I want to do here is, let's see. Let's cut a motor out. Because we need to knock the electrical usage down a little bit, some more. So what I'm going to do here is... Okay, we'll do that, and then what we'll do is we'll cut you there, son. We'll do a cross. I need to gear this down even more. You know, we're eating up insane amounts of electricity. Go to 6.1 on this and see what's up. As long as I can exceed the speed of the engine, I'm going to play with it a little bit, but not too much here. Okay, this was the problem right here. Okay, never mind. This was the problem right here. Is this side over here is 3.1. This one I didn't change. Let's go like that. Let's so that right side was moving a hell of a lot faster, eating up a ton of electricity. We'll see what it is if they're symmetrical. Any games coming out you guys excited for? Let's see. Yeah, I could do it right from the generator. That's, you know, that's a possibility too. Why can I not shift? What's up? What did I friggin' break? Alright, do this. God damn it. This is annoying. What the fuck did I just break? Let's do this here real quick. I'm gonna go back here. I find it hard to believe that this motor cannot run these drills. The drills are pretty damn energy intensive, which makes sense. You're breaking rock. Trying to think. 3.1, 3.1. That's a 9.1 facing away. That's down gear. Let's see what these are at. I don't know why this is running so frickin' slow right now. No wonder everything was so slow last week when we were doing multiplayer. So that's a 1 running there. What's the engine running at? Can't see the drive shaft. Ugh, right there. 11. Let's go put it on a node and see what it's looking like again. You know, this is constant pumping noise too, which is kind of obnoxious. Actually, it's the vacuums going, I think. So the vacuums, it's not terrible, but it just makes a lot of noise. That stalled us right out. So what's it doing on the patch? 0.43. There's no way in Christ I run mediums on these. There's no way I run mediums on these. It's just not going to happen. Let's see what I can run here. But it's also, I'm hurting for space in here too, so I can't do too much. I gotta see what the difference is on this side than the other side. Can I put anything across the top of here? Ooh, I can. Alright, gorgeous. Just trying to think why this is so frickin' weak. It's running at 11 RPS. It's got, let me see what the gearing is out to this. It's down geared like a mother. So I got it up to 11 RPS, running down geared. Yeah, it's 11 RPS running down geared out. Like it's down geared to 9. So it'll be 11 divided by 9. 11 divided by 9. What the fuck? Let me try some stuff here real quick. It's not gonna work, but I want to play with it for a second here. Drill clutch. This never really got finished to the standard that I was happy with, so that's why I'm kind of going back to it. I kind of like the idea of having a direct drive, too. I'd like to keep that if I could, but... it's not going to matter. Is the whole point is to drill. You need the more RPS, the better. And the point of the diesel electric system is, yeah, you use up a ton of battery, but the thing of it is, as you drive to the next site, you recuperate most of that battery, so it doesn't really matter too much. Be able to do a 3 right there. All right. Yeah, I never actually, fuck off. All right, so you got to be down geared, so we got to go away. So that was at a 9. Let's go down lower than that and see what we get to here. I forget where I left off. That's the problem. As I was working on this, and then we got into multiplayer mining, and I kind of left off. You know, I didn't get to where I needed to be here. And it's pretty useless to just like run the drills in the air. you've got to put them on the spot to see what the resistance is going to be, because it's a lot of load when you go to drill. And so because of that, you need to be able to actually test it on to actually drill it. Because, like, yeah, you'll be getting like 2 RPS, and then you put it down there, and it'll be like, it'll stall your engine out. So you gotta test it on the spot. You can't just test it in the barn. That's better. I can't read the number, though. That's the problem. I should be able to check this out when I get in here. All right, so that's 12 or 13. Let's see if we can go up on it. See, I can't really read this number. 6. Okay, 0.6 on that. All right, let's play with these gear ratios here. So we'll start at the 9.1. 9.1's where we were on the last one. 6.5. Let's get a toggle button. And we can at least test out 2 ratios at a time doing it this way. Put it right here, where I can touch it. All right, let's go ahead, and you will go to this gearbox here. We'll go electricity to this gearbox, and then let's just direct connect, or we'll go right to there. All right, now I should be able to swap this over. Did I hook that up? Yep, okay, good. So now we're gonna go from a, we'll go 6.5 to a, let's go, we'll start at the beginning. 1.1, 6.5. So I'm going lower and lower and lower in the gears, trying to see where we can get on this. I should be going the other way. I should be going higher. I don't fuck it. We'll play with this. So I got to see if we're getting better performance, because again, if you over encumber your engine, you're actually going to lose RPS, because it's like it's holding it back. So you're actually going to get worse performance. Sometimes, again, there's a balancing act. You have to trade away a certain amount of torque for RPS. Eventually, you trade away so much RPS, you just don't have the torque to run it anymore. And that was kind of the problem, is I did not have the torque to run this, so it was causing the RPS to go down more. And so actually, you know, down gearing it made it go faster. All right, so there's a 5.4. So we're running slower, and eventually you're going to get to the point where the engine is not going to like this at all. See, it's still going down. Engine does not like this. We go to 6.5, though. See it going back up? So that's showing me that before, when I had a 9.1, it was not down geared enough. We put so much resistance on the engine that it was slowing the whole engine down. So now we're up to a 7.4, 7.5. That's working pretty well. All right, so that is a 7, let's say a 7.8. All right, 7.8, let's go in here. And then I want to go 3.295. The 7.8 was the last number. I had this all dialed in at one point, and then I ripped some stuff apart, and then I think we had a multiplayer session, and I went with what we had, and I was kind of mid working on that build, so trying to get these cleaned up, because I was noticing how slow they drill, and you know, especially now with some of the new equipment, I want to get the speed up on this. I want these to still be viable. I still really like these. I love the look of them. I like the functionality and the modularity of them. All right, so this is a 3.2, so 7.8 was where we were at. Now, eventually, we're going to get to the point where we down gear this so much that it actually goes slower. And it looks like we're already there. So it looks like a 6.5 is ideal, because we're actually worse off now. Now, the engine can rev up higher. We're burning more fuel, but we actually have a 7.5 instead of a 7.8. So if I press this button, the guess would be that it gets worse. And let's see. Yeah, see, it gets worse. So it looks like a 6.5. So what would it be, a 9? 9 times 6 divided by 5. That's a 10.8 reduction. So yeah, so it looks like that 6.5 is better. Let's see if I can get more power out of this engine too. One thing we can do is do a little bit of a hybrid drill system on here. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go to the 6.5 was best. All right. And then if I can get more power out of the engine, we improve that even more. Let's see. All right, front axle. Problem is my front axle here. All right, let's play with this a little bit here. Such a tight build here too. This is a big frickin' wonkin' engine too. It's just the drills are hungry. Like, you know, I've had to use some pretty big engines to get drills going before too. So this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 21 cylinder engine. That's a 21. Yeah, 21 cylinder engine. Let's go. What are you doing, sir or madam? What is that about? Oh, it's the camera angle. Okay. I'm going to try to... I should be able to beefcake this a little bit. Let's try to beefcake this just a hair. All right, so we're making progress here. It's up a little bit. All right, let's see. Move that for now. When in doubt, there's no replacement for displacement, right, people? There is no replacement for displacement. Again, the great benefit of a modular is, when in doubt, put some more cylinders on the bed, Johnny. So I should be able to put another 8 cylinders on this to pump up the jams. All right, let's get the tops done. So there's 8 more cylinders. Again, be careful with the fact they don't auto-snap now, that you gotta make sure you rotate them. All right, so that is front axle back connected. There's 8 more cylinders in there. Let's go. I want a starter on here too. So let's see. Where's that starter? Go right there. Let's go there. Let's grab you electricity. Get there, son. Why is this plugged there? I don't know why that's plugged like that. All right, let's reconnect the these up. All right, let's get rid of symmetry. Can't go up through there. Can I go up through there? No, probably shouldn't. I should be able to go up right in front of the wheel. Right. You can put piping right next to the wheel. You know, it breaks my brain a little bit with realism, but you can do it. Let's go there. Okay, that will work. I could slide that back more. That's actually all right where it is. Okay. It's right in the interior of the hub anyways. This hub's cozy anyways. I got a bunch of cozy shit in there. All right, let's cut you, son. And then there's always the quick check. Did I leave some tree on? And you're like, oh, good, no. Like, that would be a disaster. All right, so that's 8 more cylinders. So that's a considerable amount. You know, that's better than a third extra power we should be getting out of this, Johnson. Giggity. I meant outboard motor, you know. Let's see. This should be going where? I gotta push it further. All right, gotta go this way. All right, there we go. I love the vacuums. Again, you know, it's one of the things that annoys me when, like, the people are like, we have a good updates from forever. It's like, dude, we have got the good stuff. Like, the vacuums are huge for this stuff. This stuff used to be literally, like, it was pretty much impossible. It was just such a huge, it took so much huge space. You couldn't move, you couldn't convey things in any sort of short distance. It took an insane amount of space, and you always had spillage. And so, you know, it was a nightmare. You couldn't make things look good because you had to have multi-tier to be able to drop from a funnel to a hopper. The funnel needs a 2-spot. The hopper needs a 2-spot. So it made things huge and obnoxious. It's one of the reasons why, like, I get frustrated and disgruntled with some of the builds I had to try to do on Industrial Frontier. It was super tough. All right, let's go ahead. I took that off. Let's put it back on. All right, so let's grab a toggle again. We'll do the old pinky block here. And we'll hook this right back up the way I had it. So this is going to go to there, and then hook it back up to there. All right, so we have 6.5 was our last number. Let's go 6.5. We know 6.5 was the best so far. Let's go 6.532 as the second ratio. All right, now we have bigger motor in there by quite a bit. You know, it went from a 21 to a 29. Does that make sense? No. What? What do I got in there now? I miscounted if I put 21. It was, I forget how many cylinders I had. It's 7 times 4. It was 7 times 4. So it was 28. I think it was a 28 maybe. And now we've got 8 more on there. So 36 on there. If my guess is right, I can't. I'm trying to count it in my head again, and I can't remember what it looks like. I counted down the bank, and I thought I counted 7, so I think it was 7 times 4, 28, and then I added another 8 on the other, so 36 cylinder now. All right, let's see where we're at. That's a 9.5 now, so we went from a 7.5 to a 9.5. Now, likely we have the power. We should be able to go up, probably. All right, that is going to a 8.9. Okay. So let's go the other direction now. So let's see where this one settles at. So that's a 9.7. That's an 8.8. Well, actually, let's see if it catches up eventually. So this is more down geared this way. So this is taking more stress off the engine. See how it's slowly climbing still? So theoretically it might eventually reach it, but I find it unlikely it gets all the way up there. See, it's still climbing. Right, so that's a 9.1, and that is we're at 1. All right, so let's, so 1 was default. So let's go to so let's actually go to a 1.1.6.5. Let's run that. So we're up to a 1 now. So this is like double the drill speed we had initially, getting close to double the drill speed. We were like, what, a 5.8 maybe? I'm just going to a new chunk so I have some time to drill here. Get out of there so I can test, please. All right, so we're up to like a 1 last time. All right, so that's a 9.6. Let's down gear it. I gotta see if this is on or off here. The hell is it? Right here? Right here. That is true. That's switched right now. That is switched. Let's unswitch it here. So that's a 1 and some small change. This is a 9.6. Let's see if this gets to 1. So like we're right close to the area where we are. See, it's close. So one of them is going to be giving us a lower RPS, which is going to be a little bit of fuel savings. So there's a 1. So theoretically, this is where we could get to the point where we reduce the load on the engine by down gearing the drills, and it allows the engine to spool up more. Oh. We fill? That must be full. All right. So really, it's kind of negligible which way this goes. I'm thinking. So that's pretty negligible now. So what we'll do is, because it's negligible, let's get rid of that gearbox. And that way, any sort of resistance that gearbox gives us is now gone. And now we've got the engine to run it at a 9.1. So that's taking the engine, it's down gearing it 9 to 1. So the 9 rotation the engine, 1 rotation the drills. But it needs a big old engine to be able to run that those drills. That's 2 drills. They're usually pretty hungry. Nope. Train falling hit. All right, so now it's set back to 9.1. I can't switch them anymore. But like, you know, I want to get, if I can get rid of a gearbox, I'd like to get rid of that gearbox. So. You know, the 2 of them are close enough, I think it's pretty negligible. You know, I don't think this is too terribly slow. Again, part of what I'm trying to build with this particular vehicle is, I talked about this before, the goal of this vehicle is to be a good AFK miner as well. You know, I built this too so that if I want to go out solo mining, for example, I could start this up on the patch, go do something. You know, not a ton of stuff, but I could go do the dishes real quick, come back, and it would be sitting on the spot, you know. That's kind of why I did this. So, like, you know, I purposely made this so that it wouldn't, like, drill this in, like, 3 seconds, like or 10 seconds or whatever the rope shovel does. The rope shovel, you're supposed to be sitting there the whole time running it. It's not an AFK machine. These are pretty good AFK machines that you could leave this in the spot, go do something. It's full, so it's full. That's why it stopped. So it's got a reasonable capacity itself. Oh, there we go. See, it's full, so it's spitting shit now. Okay. All right, so I'm happy with these changes. Let's go ahead and save it. I think those are minimal changes that that improve it quite a bit. So that's pretty good. All right, let me catch up with chat. Guys, if I miss your comment directly to me, just at Captain Carkles it, so I know, because I'm just kind of running through chat real quick. I'm trying to get a couple things cleaned up here. All right, let's. What do I want to work on here? How long have I been streaming? 4.5. Keep going. I haven't had messages play Charco or anything. So. I'm actually on Do Not Disturb as well, so we'll fix that. Nope, nobody. All right. Yeah, so let's quickly just throw a trailer on here. I'll go stick it on a spot, and then I can work on some builds while this is drilling. That's, you know, again, like, sometimes it's nice to have an AFK vehicle where you can, like, let it do its thing. You know, that's like, you know, one of the times I took the T800 from the Arctic down, and I went to bed. You know, it was going to take 6 hours to get there. You know, and then, like, farming sim, I used to always run stuff on course play, and I could leave the house, go do errands. By the time I came back, the field was finishing up, you know, and it's kind of nice sometimes, you know, because it's, you know, I understand the desire to always be playing, But the problem then becomes that you can't get anything else done. And so if you're not able to dedicate 100% of your time to gaming, then you're effectively, you know, you can't game. Where if you can have a game where it's, you can, you know, you can automate something or you can go AFK and the game's still kind of going, you can accomplish some of your goals while you're doing something else. And then you get to come home and you've got the benefit of all those goals being accomplished. Like, you know, for example, like leaving the game running while your oil platform is refining. You know, you can just leave that on, go do what you need to do, and then you come back to the benefit of having all this oil refined, you know? All right, there we go. I think we're good here. Let's get getting. I got a lot of builds that are going to need to have the T-TIS pulled out and stuck back in, so. Most of the stuff's not going to change. I might change some of the channels. I think what I'm going to do is, we'll see what I need to do on T-TIS, but most of it's pretty good. So like this is a, as an AFK machine. I pretty much get it going, stick it on the spot. There we go, and we're drilling. So, you know, you don't even have to be here. Just let it sit on the spot, do it. You know, that's not bad. That's pretty fast now. Yeah. Well, what, the high tip or this? This is not the high tip. This is the DT. The high tip, the back comes up. Which one do you want? The high tip's already released. This is the DT 45. Let me get let me get it finished. Oh, I see what you're saying. For Saturday, yeah, I'll send you the URL here. Do you want it for Saturday? Is that what you're asking for? Okay, DT 45. Yeah, the high tip is different. The back comes up on that. Let me grab it real quick. I see what you're saying because you're trying to get your Peterbilt, and I see what you're saying. I'm trying to wrap up. I'm going to try to wrap up T-TIS tomorrow. If I can wrap up T-TIS tomorrow, we'll see. Then I can give you a new version of it here. Four, 5. That's probably it. Yeah, I see what you're saying. So I'm gonna try to finish that tomorrow. I've kind of had a hair across my ass to finish that. Like today was a big running around trying to get that, trying to get the 785 T-TIS all done, so that then I can go right in and there he is. Trying to get the 785 T-TIS done so that I can then go work on the trailer. The trailer's the next step to get that rocking and rolling. T-TIS is Tractor Trailer Integration System, so it's my system for tractor trailers. Yeah, tractor trailer driver, so I tend to like a more simulator system. And so like here, I'll show you in a second here. Stop. There we go. So like there's a bunch of stuff at tractor trailer that's like realistic, and so for example, you have a valve for both the tractor and the trailer. So here's a tractor supply, trailer supply. Stand by, customers. You also have a Jake brake, which is an engine brake. And then I changed, so T-TIS Mark II is taking a bunch of the stuff from the pressurization update, and it is actually simulating air pressure. It's actually not even simulating air pressure. It's taking the air pressure that is in the system, and that is how much brake you're going to get. So it's a very realistic system. The other thing I have is trolley brakes. Trolley brakes, for example, you're in the tractor, you pull the trolley brake, and just the wheels of the trailer go. I have on my trailers now, I have a light cord and I have an air hose. The air hose is actually running the brakes. The air comes from the tractor, it goes into the trailer, it is then put in this system, and it will actively run the brakes. So that's what TTIS is. TTIS is a more simulator-based system for it. Yeah, so like, I think this is a pretty good speed for this now. Like, you know, it didn't take us that long to get that chunk done. See, the thing I saw a lot last episode of the multiplayer was like, it was taking you guys a long time to chew through a node. And I just want to speed that up a little bit so that it's not as painfully slow. Like, look, we're at 1.31 right now. So we're actually at a pretty good speed to get this done here. It's TTIS, Tractor Trailer Integration System. TT, Tractor Trailer Integration IS System. So, TTIS, Tractor Trailer Integration System. No. And then the new system for the trains is TBIS, TBIS. What the hell is the Train Brake Integration System? I understand why some people like zip tap, but like I want a Jake brake, I want to have a trolley brake. I actually use them. Like, there's many times I'm driving down a hill or the road and I need to be able to pull the trolley brake because the trailer's trying to step out. You know, I want to have an air brake system. You know, I want to have to connect the lines the way you do it. I don't want the kingpin to feed the information through. I want a light cord. You know, so you know, I really don't care if, like, you know, if 5 people use my system, I'm happy. You know, I don't, if one person uses my system, I'm happy. I'm not looking for, like, the system that's so super easy and popular that everybody wants to use, and I couldn't give a shit about that. I want to make cool systems that emulate how they work IRL. That's what I want to do, and so if 5 people appreciate it, that's great. You know, that's what I care about. You know, but it's a much more realistic system, and then I put in a simulated hydraulic system too. So you hook these hydraulic hoses up, and that will pump the oil through and lift the trailer. So I got to make the video for hydraulics for the devs at some point. So the devs said one more. They're going to be doing one more fishing major, and then I think if I were to guess, I would say sales. Again, I didn't think they were going to be able to get nets done. The nets look pretty good. I think they can be able to do the sales the same. You know, Jesus Christ, I don't know why I have so many burps. So the thing with the nets is you need to be able to draw them in and out, right? And they've demonstrated that with the fishing nets they can do that, right? The only thing they probably have to really do, which, you know, I don't mean to underplay how difficult it is, but we're at 17% already, Citrus. So how long did it take you guys to get to 17%? It took a while, right? So, you know, the thing of it was, you know, they said they worked on nets before. Or they said they worked on sales before. They were not happy with the results, and they might come back. Okay. For the most part, the devs have been going line item by line item in the poll. If something is small, like say Kraken is ahead of something that's very complicated, they might knock, or the Kraken was behind something very complicated, they might knock out the Kraken first because it's reasonably simple. And that's good for a minor update. And so, hey, we need a minor update. The Kraken should take us a week. Let's work on the Kraken for the next minor update. You know, and so the Kraken comes ahead. Yeah, I thought it took you guys quite a bit. We're at 17%, so I think this is viable. It was up. It wasn't this close. I think I had it at like 1.1 before. We're at 1.3, and then when I first spawned this, it was down to like 0.48. So it's much faster now. I think this is nice and usable. This is a pretty good balance. Like, I can go in the kitchen and get a drink and let this run, you know, and it's not quite done with the node, or it'll be just finishing up. It's not like, I didn't want the system to be like this. I don't want to come up here and go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Like, that is too, not only is that unrealistic to me, it's pretty boring. sense of scale comes off. Now, for example, the rope shovel. The rope shovel is enormous. The rope shovel costs about $500,000. And so the rope shovel should be able to put its huge, enormous bucket that is as big as this friggin' whole truck. It should be able to put its bucket on the node and in a few seconds eat that node up and then move on to the next one. It should be able to, like, it was eating triple nodes in 10 seconds. And so it could get, you know, a triple node in 10 seconds. And so that's what the rope shovel is supposed to be doing, because it's an absolutely insanely large piece of equipment, and it should be doing that. And it's very expensive. It uses probably a lot of fuel, and so you need it to have high efficiency. This is much cheaper to run. It's much smaller, and so it should eat ore slower. And to put it into perspective, the rope shovel uses 3 drills. This uses 2 drills. And the reason why the rope shovel can do it is the rope shovel is running 3 electric motors for all of 10 seconds at max capacity. It spins them up as fast as it can, and then it drill, it empties it, the drills shut off, and it has 2 huge generators that build the electricity back up by the time you've swung the bucket and put it on the next spot. So, you know, it's just scalability is kind of important to me, and I think this is a good setup here. So, like, right now, guys, we're at 25%. So I think this is pretty good, guys. What are you thinking about this? Like Citrus, Alistair, the guys who've used this, I think this is pretty damn good for a speed sake. You know, because this is now, we're at 25% now, because one thing that was kind of dismaying me with the multiplayer is like I'd have to call it, and like some people were at like 50%. Like now we're already at almost 30%. You know, we're already at 30% here, and this is going to allow somebody to go down and dump their vehicle, because what I was envisioning is this, and what I would like is this, and I think this is good now. So, for example, you guys come up here, you mine, you head down, dump to the train. So, like, say 20 minutes, head down to the train. 20 minutes, head down to the train. So if there's, say, 3 of you running these, somebody's on their way down to the train, somebody's on their way back from the train, this guy's finishing up. As he's coming back, the next guy's going to the train. It's kind of like a constant motion going on here. That's kind of what I was hoping, and the way it was working, because this machine was not up to my standards, was it would be like 1, 2, 3 guys here, sitting here for 20 minutes, never moving, and I think that is, you know, not as entertaining. I think this is much better. Like, we're up to 27% right now. So, yeah. Yeah, so I'm trying to get T-Bis done as well. You know, so I'm trying to get T-Bis done. So kind of the way I've been bouncing back is I started with T-TIS Mark II. Got the basics of the air brake system done. Then I went to T-Bis and I got it refined. And now I went back to T-TIS and I'm actually integrating the new air brake system into T-TIS. So then T-TIS should be ready to be released. And then T-Bis should probably come right after that, because I'm kind of going back and forth. So there's some things with T-TIS that I think have made it a little bit better for T-Bis. And I just want to, then I'll wrap that system up. There's a couple things I need to do, like the hand valves. I want to get those fixed up and improved on. And then T-Bis should be ready to come out. Again, I have no idea what the next build challenge is. I would like to throw trains in there, and I'm not going to do it until T-Bis comes out, because likely if I do a build challenge with trains, I'm gonna have you use T-Bis, because that way, for example, like let's say, you know, I've got a couple ideas running for if that's the case. I would do, say, you have to like build a piece of rolling stock using T-Bis, and then that way it allows me to use my locomotive to do it. So like, for example, if we do a locomotive, it's going to have to be a 2 or 3 week challenge at least, so people can get their locomotives running, because the systems are quite in depth. If you do a piece of rolling stock, it could be a week challenge, and then I could pull it with one of mine. What is going on with the waving pink hands here? Yeah, I think this is much better. I think there's a good speed for this. Yeah, hydraulic and pneumatics would be really good. Like, if you watch, like, when I did that kind of talk about it and I went through it, it didn't take me long to kind of come up with the pitfalls. Like, there are going to be pitfalls of, like, trying to run dual pipes back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And so I think the system I came up with is that I'm going to make the video on worked really well is if you're going to do a continual motion hydrostatic system or you're going to do a turbo, you need to have, actually turbo is kind of like a regular hydraulic system. It's fluid in, fluid out. You're just sending it one way, essentially. You're pissing it right out in the atmosphere or you're sucking the air right in. When you're doing a hydrostatic system, you need to, kind of like this trailer. This trailer is kind of like the hydrostatic system. You need to pump the fluid through. It will then go back. All right, so it needs to loop. So if you're doing a hydrostatic system to drive wheels, you need to have it loop. If you're doing a hydraulic cylinder, now IRL, you need it to loop. You need it to go to one side of the cylinder, you need to go to the other side of the cylinder, you need to run it back to the sump. We can't do that in game. The parts are too big. We need pipes. They're all 1/4 meter squares each pipe. Can't do it. I think that was a good solution that I came up with where you feed it to the base of the piston, and if you give it a positive pressure, it will rise. If you start to pull the pressure down, it will decrease. So it would essentially be a 0 to 1, and you would do it by pressure. So you know, essentially, you know, 0 would be all the way in, 1 would be all the way out. Then, based on the pressure, you would have strength. So, for example, if you're at 11.5 atmospheres, what is that? Engine high temp. Okay. I should work on the cooling on this at some point. Were you guys getting high temp lights before? Probably, right? So, like, this is what happens with the overheat protection system. Like, literally, we're still running. Like, let's see what the drills are running at. So the drills are still running at pretty much 1. It's just bouncing off that, protecting it. So even though we're at 110 degrees, it's not going to overheat. It's not going to catch on fire. You know, so the hydraulic cylinder, essentially all you would do is you'd use the same component. You'd use that hydro-pneumatic pump, and you would push fluid out to the piston. The piston would take the pressure, and the more pressure it has, the stronger it will go, right? And then, so let's say you have a feather on the end of the piston, right? You have a feather on the end of the piston, you feed it 60 atmospheres, right? So max pressure, and you have a feather, so it's very light, right? So what's going to happen is the piston is going to shoot out very fast. It's going to hit the maximum limit on it, right? And it's going to just stay out. Then you reverse the pump, right? You reverse the pump, and now it sucks all that pressure back in to the tank, and it now the piston collapses. It goes in, and you know, you're fine. Now let's say you have a very heavy weight on the piston, right? You have something heavy on the piston, so let's say you pump out 5 atmospheres. The piston might very slowly start to go up. It's going to very slowly go up. And maybe it doesn't go all the way up. All right, let's say you have an incredibly heavy weight and you feed it 5 atmospheres. It does nothing. It pressurizes the piston, but it can't lift it. And then if you go up to 60 atmospheres, now it can easily lift anything, frankly. You know. And then the differentiation, the way it works IRL, is the bigger the piston, the more oil you need. The bigger the diameter, the more oil you need. So you can still run a tiny little hydraulic pump. That's fine, but you need to move a lot of oil. So it takes a long time. So the bigger the piston, the more oil you need to move. Let me see if I can find... There's a cool picture. Piston elephant. This is the one they usually use to demonstrate, you know, how hydraulic systems work. This is it right here. It's like everybody uses this. I think it's great. It's a great way to do it. So if you look here, this is why hydraulics are cool. So you see there's a man, he weighs 70 kilograms, and he's on top of a small piston, right? Now you have a massive amount of oil, right? And this man, he's on this plate, right? So he's pushing down at a certain rate. Let me quickly take a pic here. We'll put it in paint. just gonna quiet down the game. I can't take the noise in the background. Oh, come on. Give me a new one. I cannot take the brightness either. Let's dip that down. Okay. So, here's the picture. I don't know why neither of those are going to draw on the picture anyway. All right, so there's the picture. And so essentially what's happening here is you have this dude. He doesn't weigh very much, but he's on a small piston, right? So he's exerting a certain amount of force down, right? And it's 70 times whatever the, I do it in pounds per square inch. So we'll do PSI, pounds per square inch. So let's say this was, that's not green, is it? Let's say that this here, I'm going to do dashed lines real quick here. All right, so let's say that this is, I don't know, 3 feet, 1 meter. Let's just, 3 feet, 1 meter. So 3 feet, let's see what a 3 feet cubed is. Let's see, square, inch, calc. Square inches calculator. Okay, right, so length is going to be, we'll say 3 feet. Let's see. I'll do it in meters. So let's say there's 1 meter across, and the width is also 1 meter. So it's 1 meter cube, 1 meter square rather. And I'm just going to convert it to square inches. So that's 1,550 square inches. Okay. All right, so 1,550 square inches. Okay. And this guy is 70 kilograms. So, so we would divide that. Well, kilograms. I'll do it in friggin' metric. What would it be? I got to do it in PSI. My brain just works better that way. So where's the calculator? All right, so kilograms. Let's see. So 2.2. So 140 and a 14. So 154. So 1550 divided by 154. So that's 10 psi. So he's pushing down 10 psi on this oil. So that's 10 pounds per square inch on this oil. There's no way that's right. There's 1,500 square inches. That's got to be, I did it backwards. 154 divided by, all right, there's 0.099 pounds per square inch. All right, so that makes more sense. All right. So now you have an elephant. The elephant weighs 1,200 kilograms, right? But there's 2 meters across there. My thing's way off then. Let's measure this, God damn it. All right, so that is, where are we at? I can't read my pixels. Why are my pixels not showing here? I shut something off here. God damn it. Oh, this is annoying. I usually should be able to read the pixel count, and it's not doing it. I forget how to turn it back on. It usually shows me on the side. There it is. I can see it. It's just faint. Okay, let's see. I can see it. All right, so we're at, let's see, right there. So what's that? 250, 60, 70. So 260, and then the pixel on this one is 260, and then we have we have 480. 480 minus 260. 480 minus 260. All right, 220. That's 220 pixels across, and then we need to count this one here, so I'm just going to use some lines. All right, that is about, let's say, that's 960. 960. This is over here. That is 1670. 1670. 1670 minus 960. That's 710 pixels divided by... What was the other one? Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Let's see. That is 260, 480, 710, 220, 710. Let's see. 220 divided by 710. 0.3 times 2. All right, so that's 0.61 meters on that. So let's say 0.61, 0.61. Right. So this guy here is going to have so this guy over here is 576 square inches. Square inches. Okay, and then over here it's going to be 2 meters, 2 meters for the elephant. That's 6,200 square inches. Okay, so then we would do the guy's mass, which is, where's my calculator? All right, so we get the guy's mass, 154 pounds divided by 576. That's going to be 0.26 pounds per square inch. Okay. And then so essentially what we're doing is we're doing 0.26 pounds per square inch. And then we're going against 6,200 square inches. So we go times 6,200 square inches. So there's 1,657 pounds of force going on that. So then we do, what's that? 2, so that's 2,400. This isn't going to even work. 2,400 and another 240. So 2,640. So this elephant weighs 2,640 pounds. And this guy's only exerting 1,657 pounds of force. So I don't know how this is supposed to work. But the dimensions are off because they don't show you what this is. So maybe I screwed something up. But anyways, the point being is if you have a thin area over here, you can push down. And in order to be able to lift that weight, you have to have a really wide base. And because you need more square inches to push against. So essentially, you're pushing down with, say, 10 pounds per square inch. The more square inches you have over here, you're able to lift the heavier weight because there's more square inches on this side is the basics of what's going on here. So for example, like if we can do the calculation here. So we have 6,200 square inches on this side. We need to know how much to lift. See, 1,600 times 2.2. That's how the fuck did I fuck the math up on that too? 3,520 pounds. So it's 3,520 pounds. So we need to divide that by 6,200 square inches. So we need a pressure of 0.56 pounds per square inch in order to lift this elephant. All right. So if we need 0.56 pounds per square inch, we know how much mass we need to put on this side. So that's kind of the cool thing with doing this stuff. So for example, you could use a small impeller and push a small amount of oil at a small PSI, but you need to have a very, very big cylinder. So for example, if you had a 3x3 cylinder, it's going to have a lot of area. It's going to be like this. You can use a small motor, but you got to push a lot of oil. It's going to take you a lot of time to push that oil over, and you can lift that elephant. So let's get off that. My brain's melting. Alistair's back. Many pink waving. Oh, I see what the waving for Alistair. Come back. We'll see you later there, Citros. Yeah, so high temp's coming up more quickly, but it doesn't really matter. Like, nothing bad happens with the high temp warning. Like, if you look, we were at 1.4. We're down to, like, 9.9. I'll try to get the cooling to be a little bit more robust, I would say, but it's not like... It doesn't stop you from mining. Like, I've been sitting on this patch for a while. We're already at 46%. Like, some of the guys, what do? We did like 6 hours of actual drilling, and then we took the train for probably another 2 hours. Like, some of the guys weren't even at 46% at the end of the day. So I think we're going to be really efficient with this. And the other thing, too, is, like, it took us we got to about 40% before the high heat came on. And, like, we're still drilling really fast. We're drilling a hell of a lot faster, like at least double the speed that we were. Like, look, we're at 1.3 right now. And high temp went back out. What's the temp at right now? I don't have a temp in here. Oh, there, right, 109. We're right on top of the high temp. But, so likely, it's not going to really matter because once you go to drive to the train, your engine's going to cool down, because the whole thing is you have so much resistance with the drills that your engine's going to heat up, and then it's going to take time for it to cool down. These are the two radiators right here. This is all I have for radiators, are these two right here. So I have the old school. There's one on either side. That's my only cooling in this right here. Like, I could probably throw a 3x3 electric in the loop and put a loop in, and we'd probably be fine. But I kind of like having the high temp warning. We have all these warnings and shit, and we never get to use them because, you know, we build our stuff so they never overheat. It's kind of nice to have it overheat every once in a while, you know. But I think this is gonna be really efficient. Like, we're already at 50% probably. Yeah, we're over 50% here. We shouldn't have any problems. So like, here, we'll finish this patch up. Yeah, so I think this is much better. This new system here. It didn't take that much tweaking. I really was hoping I didn't have to go to diesel electric, so it actually didn't take that much. It just, I had to add 8 cylinders and re-gear it. I actually didn't even need to re-gear it. It was on the same gearing. I just needed to add 8 cylinders and we're good. So just a little bit weak on power is all. You know, so I think we're pretty good on this. I think this is, this vehicle's working well. The other thing that I would rather not dump the the rope shovel in the back of these, because I'll just miss. Like, I need the big trucks, you know, I'll just miss and spill shit all over the ground. But the other thing that would be kind of cool is we could start doing more builds in here. Like, for example, have we could do the excavator and the front end loader as well. And so, for example, you have somebody running the excavator, you have somebody running the front end loader. And so what happens is, as the excavator drills, you would drill until the spot is gone. The excavator has a... I'll actually bring the excavator up right now. Let's bring the excavator up right now. Let's see, where are we at here? I think I have one. Let's see. Trawler height, kilo, Cam's favorite, kilo, pilot cramp, depth pressure test, by cakes, Komodo, where the hell are? Aluminum semi-loader, aluminum crane, Captain crane, test pump box, jerry can. Okay, I'm just gonna make a new one. All right, let's see. I need to find brains here real quick. I should remember where the hell it was. I think it's around here. No, let me see. Probably ran by it already. As I say, I'll bring the excavator in. The excavator has a medium motor on the drill, and it kind of does what I was going to do with this, where the excavator is 100% diesel electric, and so what it does is it spins up the drill. You quickly eat through the spot, and then the excavator is pretty slow, so it takes you a little bit of time to go from point A to point B. And so as you're going from one spot to the next, you end up recuperating the electricity pretty quickly. The reason why the excavator is easy to do that is it's big, so it has enough space on there to hold it. What the hell's this? What is that about? I don't know what that's about, but stand by. Let's add the front end loader too. I would also like to make some enormous excavators too at some point for drilling. It would do the same thing as the rope shovel. I'd also like to do a walking drag line. The walking part's going to be a pain in the ass. I might just do a regular drag line. Why are you running by yourself here, there, guy? Thought I set the brake. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't. All right. So like, if you notice, the excavator has a large electric, or a small, Jesus Christ, a medium electric motor on it. Do I have infinite electric's off? Okay. All right, so these are kind of fun to use, and I haven't got to play with these much. Let's go over here. Actually, I think these are probably recouped. So I want to go to a fresh one that I know I haven't hit. If you look at that one straight ahead of us, the dual, that one I definitely have not hit. So this one, as you can see, this one has the space for a big-ass motor in the back for electrical generation. It's actually the same motor in the, I believe it's the same motor in the front-end loader. I think the front-end loader came after, and I pretty much just grabbed the generator system out of this. These could use an update. I think this was a pretty good solution for the issues. Like, they have these high tip buckets IRL, but I think this was a reasonable solution for the fact that we don't have the ability to dump out of front. So you have to do something where you have the funnels. So these two are kind of a good, like, I've never really got a good chance to use these because they're kind of miserable using by myself, but this would be good for multiplayer where as this drills, it drops it, like, it never holds it. It drops everything right in the ground the entire time. And so the excavator just drills, and then when it has the patch gone, the loader comes in and just scoops it up, and then it would dump it in the back. And so you could have a couple people running these, and they then dump in the back of that over there. So let's see, where are we at here? So like, you see how fast this moves here? Like, this drills pretty fast. Like, I forget how to, oh, tracks are enabled. I can't move the boom when the tracks are enabled. So like you can see, we're already losing a lot of electricity here, but, you know, we're down 60% electricity, but you just shut it off. So like, let's say we shut it off now. Okay, let's shut it off. All right, we just raise it up. And we got a little bit of time where it's not too much of a problem. And you just come in here with the bucket. And you just push on them, and you'll suck them all up. So that's kind of a fun way to do it as well, is have somebody run the excavator and the loader. And then you would, you know, in this way it kind of supplements those other vehicles. As people are doing this, then the loader just needs to drive to one of the, you know, drive to one of these to dump the bucket. You know, you wouldn't want to drive too far because you end up, like, the excavator can't do shit while you're gone. So, you know, you can even do what I did and, like, run both of them yourself. That's how I was doing it, where you would have the, you run the excavator, and then this has a pretty good capacity. What are those, mediums? Those aren't mediums, are they? Those smalls are medium. I can't freaking tell. They gotta be smalls. 3 smalls, so whatever that is, 70 something. What is it? 27 times 3. There's 27. Is it 27? I think so. Yeah, I think it's 27, is it? So what, 80 and change? All right, and then it's high tip, so you just tip it like that, and then they all go in. And that's the point of a high tip bucket too, is you high tip like that, you don't lose your height, because if you didn't have a high tip bucket, you have to tip down, and you wouldn't be able to, you'd hit that. So that's the high tip, and so that's another fun thing we could do, like now with these vehicles are done, and you know, it kind of supplements the work of the other vehicle because you're able to just dump in the back, you know. I have one of those, Sergeant. Here, I'll show you that. I have a scraper. The reason I built the things I did the way I did too was that I have a bunch of the other type. Here's a scraper. So this is the scraper. So this is nice and low profile. I did that because I want this people going. This goes in the coal mines. This is one of my coal mining vehicles. So this comes out here, and then let's see. We got has drills. So this one actually drills pretty fast. It's got a 3x3 motor in the back, so it's able to do that pretty fast here. So it's got a bunch of, I think 3 drills in the back, something like that. It's diesel electric. You know, the problem with, like, of course, yeah, the design of the, I don't know why it does that jump back shit. The design of the rope shovel is, it is supposed to grab the sides, but they don't put enough nodes in the sides to just make a vehicle to just do that. So, you know, I as a purist myself, I would like to just make the vehicle do its job, but again, we just don't have, you know, can't be too precious with it and can't make it so that it's like, oh, I've got this 1% use case, I can use this build that I just spent a week on. So I kind of, you kind of go with the gamification of it there too, where you're like, you know, this build's going to take me a week. I need to use more than the stuff for that. What I want to also build is like some large excavators that would have a bucket that can hold drills as well. And so like the down scoop excavators for mining sit up on the hill and dig under them or dig the ground. And then you have some that dig up. You also have drag lines, which would dig flat. And so I'd like to make a drag line. That would be really cool to do all the cabling with that as well. Do the tipping with the cables. That would be kind of cool. I think the pulleys was a great update. You know, again, shout out to them for, you know, when they do something good. Is the cables were pretty damn good. The pulleys were a good update. You know, and again, you know, people will bitch, and I understand it. Like they'll say, "Oh, you know, you should have." You know, you should have made more size, and I agree, absolutely. But again, you know, they're trying to spread the love around a little bit, and I think sometimes they get shit for it. And you know, again, you have people who don't care at all about that sort of thing, and so you know, the devs I think they don't always succeed, but they try to spread the love around to the different parts of the community. You know, and so the problem is people see it as theft when people see it as theft when they don't get the thing they want. And that's not really the way to think about it. You know, they're giving somebody else what they want, and you would be pissed if you never got what you wanted. And so sometimes you get the things you're after, and sometimes you don't. And so, you know, I think those people, it's pretty juvenile mindset when they say, like, you know, that's part of the whole crowd that's like, oh, it's supposed to be a build and rescue game. It's like they're giving a lot of people the things they've been asking for a very long time. And they want to poo-poo it because they're not getting the thing they wanted. Well, you know, you've got a game that you know, most missions, I would say 90% of the missions are rescue missions. So that is the main rescue type. And then they add some other things you can also do, because it is at its heart a building game. It's like there was a comment, I bet Alistair put it in his video about that on the weekly update. It's like, oh, they finally put, you know, they said, oh, they're finally back on track to what the game's supposed to be when they talk about boats or fishing. You know, fishing is not rescue. You know, sure, fishermen need to be rescued every once in a while, but that's not search and rescue. Search and rescue is a very narrow topic. The game would die if it was just search and rescue. You know, you need all these other things. Like I've spent the last, weeks, months working on mining and having a blast doing it. You know, if the purists got their ways and it was just a search and rescue game, I would probably be bored. Like, how many search and rescue boats can you build? Really? How many like, on the 28th search and rescue helicopter you build, it's going to bore you to tears. But, you know, I get a hair across my ass to build a boat. I build one. I want to build a train. I build a train. I want to build this. I build this. And that's what a sandbox building game at its heart and at its best is you can build whatever the friggin' you want, and they just need to give us enough stuff that we feel like we you know, we have enough things to do, and it gives us a good reason to build, you know. So this is how the scraper works. Scraper dumps on the ground here, and you just drive forward. So you just leave this pile of shit on the ground like this, and then the front end loader comes in behind and it scoops it all up and puts it in the truck. So this is a more interactive way. You know, you just go like this, because this is, you know, I'm not pleased with how this looks, but it is mostly a proof of concept to make sure it worked. And this is definitely a multiplayer vehicle because it's a pain in the ass for me to run back there and try to jump in the front end loader and pick that up. But you notice, like, you just do that. Front end loader follows in behind you, scoops it all up, puts it in the back of a trailer, and then you continue mining. So, bunch of different cool mining vehicles. Yep, we had a rollover. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's just it's like, you know, we'll go through the comments real fast. They were friggin' nuts earlier. What's going on here? We're having problems. Oh, it's probably me stuck in the seat. Let's go over the comments here. We won't belabor it too long, but it's interesting to go through it. It's just like, you know, looking at Gift Horse in the mouth all the time. Like, there are some really good games I like that, like, here, let's go to Farming Sim. You know, they got a new farm production available. It's for purchase. April 30th, you got a message. April 9th, so, you know, quite a few, you know, 21 days apart, right? Let's see if I can go to community. I'm trying to think which one shows. So like click on this one. It's probably the same as the other one. So like scroll down. Okay, so that's April 9th. That's 21 days apart. All right. And they're selling you something too. So, you know, they're trying to get the info out on that. Then we got, oh my God, July 7th. Let me see. Let me check the date on this one here. Yeah, that's April 30th. Yeah, April 30th, April 6th, July 7th. All right. So it's telling you to buy tickets for FarmCon. Okay, which is fine, but and then February. So they didn't even just get an update. They got a message from the devs February, July, April 9th, April 30th. All right. Let's look at Stormworks. All right. May 1st. All right. April 24th. All right. Did I miss one? No, I got April 24th. April 17th. April 10th. April 3rd. You know, March 27th. Every single week, we get something from the devs, whether it's exciting or interesting to you or what, is frankly freaking irrelevant. Is every week the devs reach out to the community and they talk to the community about something. Every week, every 2 weeks, I would say at least, we're getting a long list of bug fixes. Like, you'll see these inane comments in here of like, fix the game, fix bugs. What do you think? What is this? Posting bug fixes on a weekly basis. Again, a lot of these games don't talk to you for 3 months. You know, they go radio silent. Here's an announcement week announcing the new major free deal, the new major free update. All right. You don't have to pay any more money. You get a huge new update for free. They do 4 of those a year. Okay. You've got here, the week before that, a whole list of fixes. All right. There's an announcement week. Whole list of fixes. And a feature. Added some more stuff there. Right? Announcement week. Hot fix. Which is in between the other normal ones. Hot fix. Fixes. Oh, shit. I keep clicking on it and it drops it. Fixes. So you get the point. You know, it's like, you know, these people, all they have to do is like, this is literally what they clicked on. They didn't read any of this. They just go here and they bitch. And they squirt their diarrhea all over the internet instead of just reading. And like, you don't have to read. Watch my video. You know, I'll read it to you. You know, simple. And they're all there. You can go through and read them all. All right, let's quickly go through this here. Won't step on Alistair's thing. like this. Such a throwaway comment. Does the game work yet? All right. All you have to do is like go to my playlist. I streamed 35 times last month. I played this game 35 times. Well, some of my streams are Tarkov, but let's say at least 25 times I streamed this game. Had, I think, one crash in the last 2 months. And I showed you guys the crash. I showed you my processes, right? I brought my processes, right? And I went to the here, and I showed you how my CPU had capped out and my GPU had capped out at the same time. This isn't a cap out. If you look, that went up to 50%, right? It went up to 100%. It was not the game's problem. It was my computer hit the safety limit and said, "Up, we're at 100%. Drop whatever's causing." You know, so that was, I would blame that on my computer more than anything. So you get a lot of people, they have terrible computers and they blame the game for everything. You know, the game works perfectly fine if you have a good computer, you have reasonable expectations. You know, I think that's a cool idea, though. Will this stuff affect pollution? I don't think it. I think it's going too far. I think the oil is all right, but that's got to be a lot of coding. Like, if oil in area, the fish right here have to be reduced. You know, I think that's tough. You know, so that's kind of tough. You know, I think it's a cool concept. Like, if there's an oil spill, there's no fish in that area. That's kind of cool concept. But you know, I doubt it. Yeah, I'm glad this dude got booted. Somebody makes a comment that I think is pretty silly. You know, I reported it for, you know, they're violating Steam's rules. And essentially they're saying, they said they used a pejorative, you know, with Deltar's name, which I think is pretty juvenile anyway. But, you know, I talked about that. They said Deltar's, you know, in that pejorative is deleting comments. No, he's not. Not in Steam. What's happening is somebody broke the rules and somebody went, report this post. And guess what? There are rules. You know, it says right there, discussion rules and guidelines. If people would actually click on links and read them, it tells you what you can and can't do. Be respectful of yourself and other players, all right? It says interaction with other players should not be abusive, disparaging, or inflammatory, nor create an environment that is unwelcoming. So anytime you are disparaging, abusive, inflammatory, or create an environment that is unwelcoming, you're breaking the rules on Steam. And somebody can report you, and if they see that you're doing that, they can boot your comment because your comment is not welcome. All right, insults, harassment, threats or encouragement of harm, trolling or baiting arguments. That's what that Caracal guy was doing the whole time. So the reason his comments got deleted likely was a bunch of people said, hey, this asshole is trolling or baiting. They reported him. The moderator for Steam, not, you know, friggin' Geometa's not sitting here all day going through this and booting comments on Steam, all right? That's what Steam is for. It's on Steam's forum. You know, they can boot certain comments, but it's Steam doing this. People report that it goes through the system. Somebody says, yep, that's trolling or baiting, boots their comment. They just delete the comment. Discrimination, bypassing word or content filters. So if you bypass shit by having a, you know, SHLT, you know, you can get reported for that, and they'll boot your comment. Steam will boot your comment. Public accusations towards others. So like when somebody says Deltar's lied, it's a public accusation towards others, and it's not welcome on the forum, and it can get booted, you know, and likely it is booted by Steam, you know. So that's the sort of thing. Be constructive and avoid off-topic comments. So the content. So the guy who keeps coming into the stormworks forum and saying, you know, when are we going to get an update for Carrier Command 2? You're in the wrong forum. You can get your comment booted for that. You know, pretty simple. Let's see. Let's go through again here. Yeah, so this guy here, Caracal guy, he got booted for he was trolling the entire time. A bunch of people, I bet, reported him, and Steam came in and was like, look, we got 28 reports for this jackass. He's breaking the rules. Boot. Easy boot, you know. Let's see. It's like this one is annoying to me. Let me get this straight. You can add soft body cloth physics, but something as simple as flexible ammunition belts is too much for you. Okay. That's like saying, oh, you can make, you know, it took you 2,000 years to make the internal combustion engine, but making it go 200 miles an hour is too hard for you. it takes time. These things take time. You know, it took 2,000 years to get the, I'm just making up a number, but 2,000 years to get the internal combustion engine, and then it took them 20 years to make it go really fast. You know, that's how it works, dude. That's basic life. You know, but again, it's a person who doesn't know anything. Let's see. Yeah, that guy's the troll again. He finally got booted. You can see all his comments are gone. Get booted. That's the best thing you can do, too, is click, report the post, let Steam deal with it. Again, this is not the public square. This is Steam's living room. And if Steam doesn't like what you're saying in the living room, they can tell you to leave, you know? That dumb nut from Citrus. It's like this one. 3 years ago, this would have been great. Like, dude. So, like, I understand this is what you want, but other people wanted other things. We'll go back to the poll for the 900th time. Again, they followed the poll almost 1-to-1. You know, and I don't understand the people who don't get this. It's probably because they got their head up their ass, first of all. And second of all, it's like they probably don't even know there's a poll. They don't know anything. And so instead of, like, learning something, they'll spout their ignorance. But again, you got the poll. Nuclear reactors came first, then weapons. Sales, they told us. You know, that is the hard thing. You know, it's taken them years to work on sales. They've been working on it for years. And finally, we got fishing nets that are using technology that's likely going to make sales possible, which I didn't think was even going to be possible. And I give them a big pat on the back for that. I didn't think it was possible, and they pulled it off, it looks like. Natural disasters. So they had to skip sales because, guess what? It takes you 3 years to get that shit done there, guy. So, yeah, I know a lot of people wanted this, and guess what? The devs have been doing it one by one by one by one by one, unless it's something small like a Kraken. And I would say they wanted to do it in order, but they hit a roadblock. And guess what? You can either hit this roadblock and you can go radio silent for 3 years as you work on sales, or you can move on to the next thing and come back to it when you figure it out. And that's what they did. They moved on to the next thing. They kept working on it in the background. Moved on, did it. That one's probably not going to happen. That one's probably not going to happen. They did this one. Again, people say, nobody wanted space. Bullshit. Not only did people, somebody said in the comments, we'll get to it probably, said, oh, finally fishing, that should have come before space. Why did space come before fishing? Because it was before fishing on the poll. Very simple. It got more votes. It got about, 235 more votes than fishing did. If fishing got more votes, guess what? It probably would have come first. Steam engines came. Steam engines were a smaller part than an entire space thing or fishing thing, so they came earlier. Compressed air came with space. Why? Because compressed air makes sense to put with space so that you can do sealed bodies, and you need to do new breathing mechanics so that when you go on the moon, you don't just breathe air on the moon, right? Pretty simple. Those two things came together, so they came together. Then you've got fishing. Oh my God, in order. Runway lights were an easy thing. Add some little lights in game. You're good. Decorative components, we haven't had FLIR. Stormworks was something that came with Industrial Frontiers, right? Something reasonably easy. You add some animals, you make them follow commands, you make them walk around. We already have that technology. You put in Industrial Frontier, you add Stormworks with Industrial Frontier. Bingo, done. All right. And then the rest are pretty much contradictory except Kraken. Kraken, again, you take a new animal, you skin it, you give it a little bit of behavior. It's a reasonably small thing. So they probably sat down, they went through this, and they go, okay, that's going to be a major. That's going to be a minor. I'm sorry, major update. DLC. Major update. Minor update. Minor update. Major update. Or DLC, major update. Minor update. I think Steam was minor, right? Major updates. Minor, part of a DLC, but minor update or major update. I think that was a minor update. Let's see. Those are all contradictory. Kraken, minor update. So they went through, they looked at what were the minors, they looked what were the majors, they looked what were the DLCs, and they lined them up. We get one DLC a year. We get 4 majors a year. We get minors every 2 weeks. And that's what they did. And so it's like, it's not hard to like not look like a jackass. Is like you just do a tiny little bit of research and you'll end up not looking like a jackass. I just don't understand it. All right. Like this guy. One more fishing major update. Are you joking? You mean a fishing minor update? Dude, like, I would go build us a game, man. Go build us a game better than Stormworks, and I'll buy it from you. They're Sabro Stewart, not lots of names, man. Go build a game that's better than Stormworks, and I will play it. And I'll see you in 20 years, dude, because I doubt you're up for it. But go do it, man. Hey, you want to sell me a product that's better at a reasonable price? I'll go buy it, man. Go do it. Like this guy, this guy's not being a jerk. He doesn't understand why, what more fishing there is. And there's so much more fishing. And I think a lot of people understand that. But again, not everybody knows everything about fishing. So there's the Phil with his good works there. What are the names of the ships in the photos? I hope he's just trolling Phil, because it's like, dude, literally look above you. But I've seen this before happen. I like this guy. I like the cut of this guy's jib. Like this guy's being a jackass. Real sick of the updates that add nothing of value. Okay. Like, all you have to do is, like, if you would actually, 1, read the update. If you'd actually, 2, read the comments of previous updates, you would see all these people who are excited that you've got fishing coming, that have been looking forward to fishing. And again, look at the poll. People voted for it. Right there. And they're trying to give it to us. All right, so, that's a pretty silly comment. They look silly. They look frickin' silly. They look real silly. I know you're real sick of adding updates that you don't care about, but that's fine. It adds nothing of value to you. That's fine. You're not everybody. You don't get what you want all the time. If you want to give the devs $5 million so that they can just build a game just for you there, Pyman Dickax, what an apt name. Then sure, they'll probably work for you for $5 million, or they can work for thousands of people for $5 million, and they choose to work for more people because you don't have $5 million, okay? Petition to fix the game, do it on the next update. So what do you mean? Like, fix the game? Again, played for many hours today, play every day, have no issues, or limited issues, or issues that are caused by me that I fix and don't blame the game for. Or I realize there are going to be limitations, as is in everything, and there are just going to be things we can't do. So what do you mean by fix the game? That is a throwaway, useless comment. It's just a nonsense comment. This is that guy that got all his comments booted for trolling. Maybe I would play it if they actually fix the game, but I doubt it. So why are you here? If you're not even going to fix the game, if it's perfectly working, why are you here? Oh, yeah, to troll. That's why you're here. Gotcha. And that's why all your comments got booted. Please, okay. Yeah, like this person talking about all the other modes of fishing as well. There's a lot of cool fishing that I think they could add. Echo List talking about this guy saying, I can't sink my ships. I've shown you guys how many times on live streams me sink ships. They sink fine. Again, it is a builder error if you cannot sink your ship. It's a build. You built it in a way that it did not sink. All right? It can sink. Let's see. I've read most of these, so I'm just kind of going. There we go. Good one there. See, this is the thing, too, is I don't get it. Not going to lie, as much as I agree the game is not in the best state, I certainly agree that October to December, the game was not in a great state. I would say October to mid-November. Let's put it that way. Mid-November is when I did the Steam tutorials. And I had all the Steam tutorials done. I did my modular engine tutorial series in mid-November. And we got the space DLC October 12th. So a month and a half. The game was in a very rough state for a month and a half. At this point, if you are having problems with the game, it is because you don't know how to make the game work, or you are building incorrectly. You need to learn how to build, frankly. And I don't mean it as a jerk. That's why I do tutorials. I want people to learn how to build. But you can't keep blaming the game for your problems in building. You got to do it. Also, adding, this is at least a step in the right direction. Okay, well, that's because you personally want this thing. That's fine. Adding relevant gameplay elements isn't a loss in my book. That's, again, you think they're relevant because you're taking the name of Stormworks Build and Rescue and you think that everything has to be rescue or else it does not belong in this game, and that's bullshit. It's a sandbox building game, and guess what? Guess what is supposed to be in this game? Whatever the developer puts in the game. It's their game. They get to decide what they put in the game. They can listen to us. They can ignore us. You know, and our choice is to buy or not buy. And they get to make the game how they want to make the game, and you either play it or you don't. Pretty easy there. Let's see. This guy had good comments here. Skeeter, I won't read through all that. Yeah, but there's some good ones here. But I'm glad, you know, we need people in there who, like, you don't need to artificially, like, you know, you don't need to go over the top. If you are enjoying yourself, go put a comment in. Because it gets overrun by negative bullshit. And you can imagine a new player who's interested and excited about this game. They read about the new update, and they say, oh, the game must be in a real bad state. Everybody says it's bad. Everybody says it's bad. Go in there and share your experiences, good or bad. But, like, you know, share experiences of, like, yeah, the game's having a lot of fun. You know, if you are. If you're not, don't, you know, put in whatever you want to put in. But, you know, letting this go to a sewer isn't helpful either. I think side trawling will work. That's what, of course, my ship's built on. Looking at the parts, I think we'll be good. Again, this guy is like, did you really suggest paid content? What are you going to do next? Ask the teacher for homework. I think it's a false choice there. You know, the thing is, if the developer does not get enough money to stay in business, they either, one, close the company down and they go take jobs as other software developers. You can make more money as a software developer working for one of the big heartless corporations, setting up their website to sell you some useless shit you don't need. You can make a lot of money as a software engineer doing that. You make a hell of a lot less money building a game. And so I already give a lot of credit to the people who have taken lower paying jobs building a game than going and working at some heartless company doing shitty software for an app that's going to, like, just, you know, eat the money out of your wallet. And so it's like, you know, you do need to pay these people or else they will have to move on to something else. They'll either have to take jobs at other companies or they will move on to another game. So if you want the game, you gotta, you know, you have to have a continued revenue source. And DLC is a good way to do that. Hey, we're adding something new. If you want it, buy it. If you don't buy it. Keep playing the game you've already purchased. All right. The problem is this person wants everything for free. And the problem is you're taking food out of somebody else's mouth when you do that. You know, you're getting something for free at the expense of the developer who put their labor in there. People's labor is worth something. You know, you gotta consider that. Nuclear weapons, I understand it, but I'm not interested. That's interesting. Custom flags, be interesting. Again, this is the person who, like, who finds that one word and focuses on it. Man, this is really going to help me with the rescue part of Build and Rescue. Again, that is one theme in this building game, is rescuing. Again, how boring would it be if, oh, I've got 200 rescue helicopters, I've got 200 rescue boats. Oh, what am I going to do today? Oh, go do some more rescues. Okay. I love doing rescues. I do a hell of a lot of it, but as you notice, for the last month, I haven't done many rescues. I've been mostly making mining vehicles, making trains. You want people to get bored and stop playing the game? You make the game way too narrow. That's how you do it. You know, yes, I know you love the build and rescue part, and the majority of your missions, 90%, are build and rescue. All right, and you got a new one last week, and guess what? They're gonna keep building other things to keep people entertained. And then this person here, same type of thing. At this point, rename the game to Boat Simulator 2024. Why? You don't change the name. For example, Farming Sim added forestry, and you had some of these same jackasses who were saying, oh, they should change it to Farming and Forestry Simulator. It's like, no. The game started as Landsworth Simulator, which is, you know, German for farming, I guess. I'm not even sure. That's what it was called. All right, and then they wanted to make it, they put it in an English title and wanted to rebrand it, and they put it out as Farming Sim. And yes, they had certain types of farming. They added more farming, and people would mod in forestry equipment. And so what did the devs do? Say, hey, people enjoy this content. They enjoy our platform, our engine, the way our game plays. If we add forestry, we'll attract new people. And there's some great modding teams who all they build is forestry stuff for farming sim. And it is a great thing. So, like, trying to limit and gatekeep the game is the silliest shit ever because it kills innovation, you know? Like, all this mining shit I'm doing now, if you stuck with build and rescue, I would probably not be playing right now. I'd be bored. Oh, 900th rescue. Instead, I've been having a great time doing mining. We're going to do multiplayer mining. We've been doing multiplayer mining. You know, that's why it's good to have some diverse gameplay, you know? Yeah, I am curious. They do tease a lot. I'm curious if they're teasing with the sailboat, but people have also been posting sailboats, so they're pulling cool pictures, so it doesn't always mean that they're teasing something, but sometimes they do. Again, that's, reading tea leaves there. Again, go look at Phil's post there, and you'll know what that Canadian maple leaf is. You look for the person, you search for it, and you get the name of the boat. We got, this was the comment. We got space before fish. Yeah, of course we did. Why wouldn't we? We'll answer this guy's comment here. I dragged it down. Now I don't know where it is. Where the hell is it? Where are you there? I can't get that to come up. Oh my god, I hate it when it does this. It's somewhere. It is somewhere. Where the hell are you? I dragged it way too low. There it is. All right. All right, so here it is. All right, so this person's comment. We got space before fish. Space. Before fish. All right, we're going to reply. Yes. All right. Because it was before it on the poll. Again, they were going in order of what the community asked for. Yeah. Very simple. Real sick of the updates. Yeah, this person answered them. Yeah. Like, it's amazing thinking that people didn't want this. This is one of the things people have been asking for years. Let's see. Personally, I just want to, yeah, nuclear bombs, whatever. Turbochargers would be cool. Maybe fish farming. That would be a cool idea. I like that. I don't know how you make it work, but that would be cool. Why would it flop on its face? Again, it's just why, you haven't even seen it. And you're just being negative for no reason. Why don't you just wait and see? If it flops, it flops. Then comment about it. But why are you, like, preemptively getting offended? I don't understand it. This one here is, if you were listening to players, you'd make multiplayer more stable, stop adding paid content. That should be free content and create actual roadmap. They're not revealing things too early because people hype it up too much, and then it never lives up to your expectations. I agree with most companies not announcing what they're going to make. It hypes shit up. Everybody, they think it's going to be an 11, and it's a 7, which is perfectly fine. If you got the 7, you'd be perfectly happy. But because it's not that 11 that you hyped up in your mind for months or years, it's never going to live up to your expectations. And if they ever have to take something out, let's say they say, hey, guys, this year's roadmap, we're going to do rod fishing, then we're going to do net fishing, then we're going to do crab pots, then we're going to do long lines. And let's say they can't figure out long lines, or long lines are going to be too laggy, or long lines don't make any sense. They can't just get it to work. And so they give us everything else, and we'd be thrilled if we got everything else. But then they can't get long lines, and you feel like something was stolen from you because you already thought you had long lines in your hand, and it felt like they stole it from you, and they didn't. They gave you all these other things, and they just couldn't get that one done. And so that's why they don't do a big, long roadmap, is because you're going to get people who cry that this thing that they were trying to get done, they just couldn't get done, didn't get done, boo-hoo, they stole from me, All right, good. Let's catch up with chat, and then I think we'll call it quits, yeah? Yep, Alistair's video is on my Discord in the community videos. You can go ahead there and watch that as well. But yeah, it's, you know, I understand it's probably annoying that I go through this stuff all the time, but it's like, you know, part of it is, you know, I think the community needs to be called out on their bad behavior. Members of the community who, you know, are bad actors need to be called out. It's just, it frankly needs to happen, you know. You know, and I'm glad Alistair is doing it. It's, you know, and you can see how silly they are. They really show themselves to be, you know, incredibly silly. Let's get this back here. I want to make sure I save this, the latest version of this here. Let's do that. You know, they make themselves, if you show them to be silly, what you'll see is they realize, oh shit, then they're not going to admit that they are wrong. But what's going to happen is some part of them subconsciously is going to realize that they're silly. And they're going to shut up next time because they look foolish. And if you keep saying things and you keep looking foolish over and over and over again, eventually, you know, you stop doing it. And that's what happens. You know, eventually, you know, you realize, I looked stupid last week, and I said something stupid again. This week, I'm going to try not to say something stupid, you know. And it's how it happens, you know. Yeah, it's funny. I haven't been, well, it's like me always down in the arid biome. Like, I'm always down here, and I'm like, oh, it's nice and green up here. Yeah, the space DLC was rough. You know, absolutely. I don't disagree with that. You know, a lot of it was pressurization. You know, and I'm glad they did it. Like, it was rough. You know, I think the biggest thing that kicked them in the ass was they should have done a test branch, period. They need to embrace the test branch. They need to use the community as a resource. They need to do it on a bunch of things. And part of it is you've got a lot of smart people in the community who, frankly, understand certain elements of the game better than the developers. And there's nothing wrong with that. That happens all the time, right? We're the ones that play the game, right? You don't go take your work and then do more of your work at home. You know, you might do a version of it at home. But for the most part, you know, if it's your job, you do it at work, you go home, you do something else so you don't get crazy. And the players are the ones actually playing every element of your game, and they're playing it constantly. And so they're generally going to see certain things that you're never going to see. They're going to be able to experience certain things. And I wish they would use the community a little bit more as a resource, like testing these things out, because, you know, there's an expression, what is it? All of us are smarter than one of us. And so the more people you can kind of group, you can get in a group there and see, you're going to realize you have a lot of smart people in the community who have experience in aviation, who have experience in trucking, who have experience in engineering, who have experience in operating ships. You know, there's a lot of people in JSI who actually work on ships and, you know, are a great resource. You have people who work in the railroad industry who play this game. And so by using them as a resource, when the devs, like if the devs reached out and say, hey, we want to do a big train update, we're going to be doing a closed beta. So go in the betas on Steam and sign up and tell us what you think. You know, I think that's a good resource they should be using. I wish they would use it more. Yeah. But, you know, I am thrilled that we got the space DLC for pressurization came alongside it. Pressurization was the major update. I am thrilled we got the pressurization major update. Space, like I said, if we had a good nav ball, I would be playing space. If somebody put out a great nav ball on the workshop tomorrow, like say Basilicious, I don't know where he's been. Hopefully he's all right and comes back. But let's say that Basilicious comes back and makes a fantastic nav ball that's exactly like Kerbal. I would be playing some space DLC. But that's what I need to enjoy the part. You know, it was absolutely rough. The pressurization was rough. I think it got rushed, unfortunately. It wasn't ready, but it was the time it needed to come out. And they frankly should have held it back and kept working on it. And I think they felt pressured to get it out, and they did. And it was a mistake. And I think they have rebounded and done a pretty good job of realizing they can't do that again. You know, again, you saw in those comments, you got people bitching last week about, oh, this has probably been done for 2 weeks, and they're holding on to it. Again, you had so many people tell them, hey, hang on to these things longer and make sure they get released in less buggy states. That's what they're doing. People ask them to release smaller updates that are more complete and less buggy. That's what they're doing. They're trying to be responsive to the community. You know, and I think it's better for us. You know. Yeah, exactly. Narrow focus would kill this game. You know, let's I'll get off this and I'll finish up a second here. But, like, again, SteamDB. We'll look at a dead game, you know, from GeoMeta. So here is Stormworks. All right, here is Stormworks. All right, here is Carrier Command 2. Carrier Command 2. All right, here is Stormworks. All right, we go to charts. We look. We have a 1,890 player peak. Okay, that's our peak, and we have 1,300 playing right now. Okay, that's how many players playing this game. All right, this game has been out for you know, what is it? I'm trying to see where this chart starts. So really, it kicks off here. Like, this is pretty flat line, early. Then it starts kicking off. So let's say end of 2018. We're now talking, let's say, around 6-ish years. We've had the game. So it's about 6-ish years. Okay, Carrier Command 2 charts. All right, max. There are 54 players playing right now. There are 63 peak. Look at the chart. August 2021. Okay, so 3 years after Stormworks came out. All right, the game was hot for about, you know, the game. Look at when it was hot, right? Peak players was 3 years ago, 2,696. Okay, now if we look at today is 1,328. Okay, so we're talking about this game at its peak had only twice the amount of players that Stormworks had today. All right. And this is a game that you can keep playing and keep playing. It has infinite replayability. You could play this game for 20 years, and because you could make every machine ever invented in the world, and you could do some that have never been made or even thought up of, you can make all your own stuff. This game could be played forever. This game, I don't know much about it, but it seems like one of those games you play it for a little bit, and that's it. And what did people do? They played it for a little bit, and that's it. And there's nothing wrong with that. Games are okay that you play for a little bit, enjoy it, and then screw. Right? We look at the price of this. Let's go look at price history. Okay, the game was 30 bucks. Okay. You know, you can't go to Disney World for 30 bucks. You know, you can't get a nice dinner for 30 bucks. You know, a really good dinner. I'm talking about a good dinner. 30 bucks, you know, that's a little bit more than what my gas tank costs to fill. You know, so if you got 10 hours of enjoyment out of this, that's $3 an hour. That's pretty damn cheap. The problem is people expect a story game or something that, like, there's not a ton of replayability to last them forever. That's not how it works. You have some games you play once and you never touch again. You play the story or you play a little bit and you're done. If we look at BattleBit, I downloaded BattleBit again. Let me see. BattleBit remastered. All right, so BattleBit right here. BattleBit's a good game. I like BattleBit. All right, look at the charts. We've got a 2,536 players. This is a what I would consider a casual shooter game. It's casual. You can easily jump in, jump out. It's got a low floor. You can easily learn how to play the game. It's got a very low ceiling. It gets repetitive after a while. Look at its peak, 87,000. Wow, that looks great, right? Yeah, a lot of people bought the game. A lot of people are playing all at once, but then it peters right off. So, you know, the people who say, oh, Stormworks are dead, look at the charts. Look at the chart here. But this game is not dead either, right? This game is not dead. It's got 3 million units sold, right? At, where's the money? 3 million units sold at 15 bucks, okay? So you got 3 million units sold at 15 bucks. That's pretty goddamn good if you own the company. And you got 2,500 people in game, so about less than double what we have in Stormworks right now. You know, if you talk to some of those people who say the Stormworks are dead, look at the charts. Look at this chart. Is this game dead? No. People, it's new. It's the new cool thing. People play it for a while. Everybody and their brother plays it. They play it for a little while. They get bored, and then they're done. Like, I don't have a lot of games. I don't play a lot of games, like different games. You have some people who have 400 games on their Steam page. You know, I don't do that. I don't play quick games. I like to play one game and play it forever, you know. Interesting stream schedule. Well, I have things I got to do. I have an appointment. I can either not stream at all or I can stream later. Got to drive for 2 hours today to get to my appointment and back in the middle of the day. Also, it's hilarious the change of attitude from a single developer game and a multiple dev team, even a small single dev. Applauded for everything. Dev team, no matter how small. Yep, bitch every time, bash every time. You know, and stormworks only has 4 devs, and it's like people expect these things out of them because they think it's a big company. It's not. It's 4 people. You know, you have 1 person get the sniffles and 25% of your workforce didn't show up today. We'll see you later, Peep. Thanks for hanging out. Those are amateur numbers, Sergeant. All right, guys, I think we'll finish it up there. So mining equipment's going well. Probably we'll probably do this again. KSB2 dev team has been disbanded. Was that recent? Was that today? When was that? Yeah, like KSB2's had a rough go of it here. Let's look at that real quick. This week? Oh, that's too bad. All right, guys, let's finish up there. So mining equipment's going along well. We're going to do a multiplayer stream with the members. Likely, it looks like everybody signed up pretty much already, so it's going to be all members as it generally is. So if you guys want to tune in on this Saturday, probably about noon my time is what I'm expecting when that will happen. So should get a lot of this mining equipment. I'm gonna work tomorrow trying to get most of the stuff in a state that we can use it. So that's kind of the plan. We'll do another workshop tomorrow, and then I plan on getting the fishing stuff. The fishing boat's pretty good where it is. I might do a little bit of cleaning up on that, but I plan on doing a big stream on next Wednesday. Next Wednesday is the fishing major. Do some work on the boat, and maybe if it's ready, we'll take the multiplayer people up. But thank you guys for watching. If you haven't liked the video, please consider liking the video and the other ones. That helps me out. Comments on the video. That also helps me out and helps people find me. If you have anybody you know who needs tutorials, send them my way. That also helps me out. So I appreciate you guys, and we'll see you in the next one. Bye.